Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. And okay, I'm not sure if the intro audio was playing or not. Please, somebody let me know if that did go through. Had to take my puppy out for a walk at the last minute. He's not been feeling well, was up at 2 in the morning yesterday. So he just before the show had to go out, and that's why we were a little delayed today. I apologize for that. That being said, I want you to know that I appreciate each and every one of you that are joining us. It is Easter. For those who do celebrate the Christian faith, it is Easter. I hope you are having a great day with that. For those who don't follow Easter, or Christianity, then Monday you're having a day off, many of you, because of unions. So I hope you'll enjoy that as well. So if this is the first time that you're seeing the channel, I welcome you. I thank you for being part of my audience. I want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday, as you can see, we reach out across the world to hear your voices, to hear what you have to say, both in chat, in Super Chats, in RumbleRants, to get your input, and of course on X as well. We look forward to hearing from all of you about whatever you think, whether you agree or disagree about the issues that affect us, because it's about the First Amendment. It's about free speech. So it's a right not just for Americans, for everyone in the world to express to their governments what they are doing right and wrong. And whether the government likes it, whether or not the internet overlords like it, we will always try to stand by the First Amendment and speak with you about the issues that matter. That being said, I hope you are enjoying this, and I hope you are going to enjoy the entire show. Normally, just for the new people, we normally start off with breaking news, then go into international news, and then into, we take a small break to walk my dog, and then we come back and we deal with domestic. In every case, we are talking about the issues that are affecting everyone in the world and how it interrelates. What happens in America happens in the rest of the world. The rest of the world influences the United States. And throughout all of that, we will look forward to seeing your comments, as you can see on the screen as we have right now. So let's start off. Jump right on in. And one of the first things to talk about, of course, is what's happening in Germany right now. As reported today, this morning, Germany is deporting an American and three members of the EU, because of pro-Hamas protests. And this is, now the question is this because of what's happening in the United States under the Trump administration, or is this a natural outreach? Because we've seen in Germany, one of the key critical nations in the EU that has been suffering from the open borders problem that's been affecting all of Europe. We saw earlier that Italy, with its conservative government under Meloni, have decided that they wanted to stop. That's my puppy messing with the cords. We saw in Italy, Meloni, they basically shut down the open borders to their nation because they were being overrun. Their infrastructure was being destroyed. This is very much like what we saw in New York, in Boston, in Chicago, in LA, in the major cities, the blue cities of the United States, where we see that the Democrats have the greatest amount of control. And so Italy shut it down. But in Germany, they kept the borders open. They kept allowing these immigrants to come into their nation, and they suffered as a result. There are multiple no-go zones, areas that native citizens of Germany cannot enter into, not even the police, without fear of being attacked and physical violence, especially women. Oh my God, women are terrorized by what's been happening. And so we're starting to see, and it's been happening now for about 3 years, that we've seen a backlash against this in Germany, as well as through most of the European Union. And as a result, we're now seeing that some of these pro-Hamas supporters are being kicked out of the country because it agitates and creates environments that are very violent and very dangerous to the native citizens. It's very much what we see here in the United States as well. And part of the reason why we've seen President Trump, take the opportunity to try and remove as many of these individuals. Many of them are illegal aliens in the United States because we don't have open borders anymore, that these individuals are being escorted out of our country. And many of the people who have been organizing and promoting these protests, these looting, the arsons, the attacks on individuals, many of them are being kicked out of our colleges. And very simply, they have a visa, which was a privilege, to come into America. That privilege has been rescinded. They've been told, go back to your home country. That's not a punishment. They came to America supposedly to learn, not to protest, not to change American politics, but to gain an education, to better themselves so that they can go back to their home country and make that a better place, to make their home country a great nation. Instead, they decided they want to change America. Well, that's not part of the purview of their visa that many of these individuals are under. And when they decided to enter American politics, well, that is something that we don't accept, and they're going back home. And somehow the left is enraged about this, like this is some kind of denial of a right. They don't have a right to be in America. They don't have a right to come in and inject their political preferences into our government and our lifestyle. They don't have that right. It doesn't exist. But the left agrees with it, so they're more than willing to capitulate. And the consequences of that, I think, are negative. But again, we're seeing what's happening in Germany right now is that the Berlin's immigration office has told 3 European Union citizens and 1 American they're to be deported from Germany because they were there on visas. They don't have a right to be in Germany, just like in America. And the government has the right to say, go back home. This is not a problem. I don't see an issue with this. And Germany said they're doing this because of alleged actions at protests against the Hamas-Israel war. And even though the cases haven't been heard in the courts yet, but why not? The article goes on, and this is from NPR, by the way. This is NPR's article. This is from the left. The 4 demonstrators, 2 from Ireland, 1 from Poland, and 1 from the United States, were served with orders last month. So they've had a month to know that this was going to happen, to prepare themselves, to make arrangements to go back to their home countries or to any other nation that would accept them. This isn't sudden. To leave Germany by April 21st, or they will be deported. If you don't leave voluntarily, we're going to make you leave. This is the right that governments have, not just in Germany, not just in the European Union, but the United States has this right as well. I don't see the problem here. The Berlin Immigration Office says the deportation orders are connected to protests at Berlin's Free University in October 2024, last year. Gee, does that coincide with protests in the United States by the Democratic Socialists of America, by the far-left radicals in our colleges, where we saw that universities like Cornell University, Columbia University, Harvard, where these institutions were taking the side of terrorists. Hamas is a terrorist organization. There is no question on that. That is a fact. They have sworn to commit genocide against another group, any and all other groups of people that don't believe what Hamas believes. That is a fact. It is documented. They have said that in all of their speeches and all of their rantings internationally. They have never backed away from that. So Hamas is a terrorist organization that is supported by the elites in colleges. And those colleges, we've seen those elite individuals push the pro-Hamas protests into trying to take over buildings, in trying to destroy property, in attacking other students, and denying individuals who paid a lot of money the ability to learn, denying them the reason why they were at these institutions, all because of the preferences of a microcosm of individuals. That's a problem. So I have no problem with what Germany is doing. But if you're reading this from the left, if you're reading this from NPR's point of view, this is a problem somehow, that these individuals are asserting that they have a right to be in Germany. You don't. You don't have a right. If you have a visa, you are a visitor. You have been given a privilege. That privilege can be rescinded at any time. It's not just in America. But the mainstream news media would make you think this is just a President Trump initiative, that this is a MAGA, far-right, some kind of denial of privileges, denial of rights. It's not. This has nothing to do with denying people any rights whatsoever. All this is making sure that people are, when they violate the morality, the laws, the society that they find themselves in, where they requested as a guest to enter, when they start disrupting the daily lives of those native citizens, they lose their privilege to be in those nations. This is straightforward. But you will hear this, and this is, again, news that you probably aren't hearing from the mainstream news media. This isn't a big story. It should be, because it is confirmation of the same thing that we've seen here in America. Open borders don't work. Having individuals that are antithetical, have an antithetical point of view to your society are not beneficial to your society. That using free speech and higher education as a means to gather supporters that are seeking to support genocide and terrorism isn't beneficial to education, to business, to your society, anywhere in the world. It's not just an American thing, and it's not a negative. Now, I am more than happy to hear from anyone. Thank you, by the way, Mike Bowie, for your comment. I hope you are having a happy Easter. But I'm happy to hear from anyone. If anyone thinks that, Mike, you just don't understand, because that's always the answer from the left. It's the first thing that they always say. You just don't understand. Yes, we do understand. I've been doing this for 20 years. I understand very well the issues that we are facing as a nation and as a globe. And allowing terrorism to be ingrained and normalized as part of a society that rejects terrorism, rejects genocide, trying to normalize that is never a benefit for anyone. Nor have we seen it be a benefit overseas or here in the United States. And to say that, well, we have a right to be in your nation and to demoralize, to tear down the structure of your society, that is insane. No one has that right. No one has that right. Not in America, not in Germany, throughout the EU, any nation you want to speak to. You don't have a right to destroy someone's society just because you have a feeling. Not that they have fact, not that they have law and legal standing, they have a feeling. It's very upsetting. But again, mainstream media doesn't want you to recognize this isn't just an American issue. This is an issue. Every nation that has adopted the open border format, that have allowed immigration randomly and just at will to anyone and everyone, and have been infiltrated at every level of their government by radical ideologies, that they're all suffering the same problems. It's just the media doesn't want you to notice those same problems. The same thing happening in Germany is happening in America, it's happening in England, it's happening in Canada, it's happening to all the first world nations, even many of the second world nations. And we should recognize that. Why is this happening? Why is this so common in so many countries? Even though the news media is doing their very best to try and minimize this, to de-emphasize this, to not notify you of the truth. Why is that? Why are we seeing the same problems everywhere we look? Wherever there are the pro-Hamas protests, we find arson, we find violence, we find attacks against people with different points of view. We see a lack of tolerance for different religious beliefs. We have people who are trying to force their feelings onto others through intimidation and violence. Why are these things so common? Is it because of the open border? I think so. Is it because of the individuals we're allowing in? Yeah, pro-Hamas terrorists and those who would support them are not beneficial. But maybe it's me. Again, I am open to hear from anyone, as always on this channel. Many people may not realize that we've been doing this a long time. And one of the things about this channel is we are always open to hear other voices, whether you agree or you disagree. And you want to get our attention, you can always use a super chat or a rumble rant to reach us a little bit faster. But we're happy to hear you. As long as it is respectful. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm evil. Don't tell me I don't understand. I spend 8 hours a day making sure that I'm prepared for every time I come online to speak with you, to make sure that I am aware of the issues, and I've been doing this for 20 years. I have a great wealth of knowledge on these issues because I spend the time not just reading headlines and not just reading or taking information from one source. So when people say, oh, you just don't understand, that is a way to try and diminish you, to diminish your character, to insult you, that you aren't intelligent enough. You're not an adult enough to understand. And if you were to follow up with those very same individuals, they never have a clear answer on what is it you don't understand. It's very insulting. But that's some of the breaking news that came on just before we started the show today, and so I wanted to address that. But there is other breaking news that I want to address, and that includes what we're seeing here with the Supreme Court. Last night, in the middle of the night, I mean dead in the middle of the night, it was about 1 a.m. in the morning or 2 a.m. in the morning today, the Supreme Court came out with a ruling that said that the deportation of individuals, specifically to Venezuela and El Salvador, had to be stopped. That the Alien Enemies Act, which is being used by the Trump administration to deport violent illegal aliens and illegal aliens in general, criminals from our nation. And that is enforcing the law. These are individuals who have broken United States federal law. These are individuals that do not belong in our country. They were not invited. They have no authorization. They are a drain on the public. We see that in New York City. We're spending, depending on who's counting, somewhere between $2 to $5 billion a year to house and take care of illegal aliens that we never asked to come here, that we never wanted to be here, that we have no clue what to do with. $2 to $5 billion. That's enough money to feed every child in New York State and make sure that they never go hungry. $5 billion, that's enough money to feed all the children and to house many of the veterans and many individuals with mental health issues. Those who are homeless can be housed with $5 billion. And that's just from New York City by itself. That's not taking into account the entire rest of the state. There's another, 12 million people in New York State. 8 million in New York City, 12 million across the rest of the state, and city after city. If you look at Binghamton, Binghamton, New York, which is, if you're going to the west, the first major city going west from New York City, that's going to be Binghamton. And they are suffering as well. I know. I used to live in Broome County. I used to live in Binghamton. And I have many friends there still who are telling me how it is continuing to deteriorate. That many of these illegal aliens, many of these individuals that are draining our society are spreading out. Some of them at will, and some of them because New York City is bussing them out. Let us not forget the plan from Democrats in New York City to handle the inflow of illegal aliens was to ship those illegal aliens to other cities and other communities throughout the state, to push the problem onto someone else. That's their answer. That was the answer of New York City. That has remained it. And in fact, Broome County, I think it was 30, if I remember correctly, it was about 36 of the counties of New York State, of which there are 62. 38 of them, most of them, Democrats, were suing New York City to try and stop them from shipping out illegal aliens. And New York City, for its part, has just changed the way that it sends these illegal aliens to other communities. So the problem isn't getting better. That being said, it was 1 a.m. on Saturday that the Supreme Court made a decision. Now, Supreme Court Justice Alito had a dissent, which was joined by Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. And what they came out and said is that this was, and I quote, literally in the middle of the night, the Supreme Court is issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving the lower courts a chance to rule, without hearing from the opposing party. Within 8 hours of receiving the application, with dubious factual support for its order, and without providing any explanation for its order, I refused to join the court's order because we had no good reason to think that, under the circumstances, issuing an order at midnight was necessary or appropriate. I think that's one of the most powerful dissenting opinions, and not because of what it says, but because of what it means. And I think this is very important, that they are highlighting something that is, I think, a first in the Supreme Court decisions. And I've read many, many Supreme Court decisions. And to be fair, I have not read the full dissent by Justice Alito. I have not read the full statement by the Supreme Court itself, because this came out so suddenly at the last minute. But I think it's important to understand. The key thing here is this is without hearing from opposing parties. This is without lower courts having a chance to make a decision, to look at the law, to look at the lawsuit, and to make a decision whether or not this is even, if this even has standing, is this credible, is this something that can be sued? And they didn't bother with any of that. Instead, they came out with a knee-jerk reaction. This is what we call judicial activism, because it is a violation of 1/3 of our government. The court system is there to ensure that there is justice, that the law is adhered to, not that justice is adhered to, not someone's feeling, not the interpretation of the public and whatever the news media may be advocating for. It is critical that we are supposed to have a system, whether you like the system or not, whether you think the system works fairly or not. We have a system. If you have a government and it does not have a system of law, then you don't have a nation. You have chaos. You have an anarchy. You have authoritarianism. You have everything but a constitutional republic. You have everything but a unified nation. And this is how bias and corruption enter into our courts and enter into our nation. When the highest court of the land doesn't follow the basic rules, that is a problem for everyone. Hello, John. John Lashcombe has joined us as well. Thank you for the happy Easter thoughts. I appreciate that. But I want you guys to think about that for a second. So there is a process, whether you like the process or not. Again, that's not the question here. We're not talking about feelings. I don't care about the feelings. We all have feelings. No one needs to inject someone else's feelings into you. No, this isn't about feelings. Whether you like the outcome of the decision or not, it is the process that is important, because it is the process that creates a government that is solid, that stands on solid ground, that everyone can at least live with. The reason why we don't have random anarchy, the reason why we have society as it is only because we have a system of laws, a system of government that we all agree to live under. And sometimes that means it will make decisions that we do not agree with, that we do not want, and sometimes those decisions are either good or bad long term. But we all agree that we're going to live in this system together under these rules so that we have peace, or at least as much peace as is possible, that we have a semblance of rules, we have a semblance of fairness. Again, not perfection, but as close to something that is livable as is possible, so that we don't break down into city-states and start having wars with each other like we did in the Middle Ages. And what we have seen from the Supreme Court now is the exact opposite of what got us to this modern era as is, to get America to be the nation that it is, the leading nation in the world. Not just a superpower in terms of military, but in terms of quality of life, in terms of culture, in terms of impact, in terms of economics, in terms of luxury, technology. The reason why we have all of that in America at the same time, unlike any other nation in the world, is because we have a system that works. There's checks and balances at every single level, and the Supreme Court is now throwing that out the window. If this had gone to a lower court to stop the deportation of illegal aliens, criminals in the United States, that's one thing. Don't have to like it, don't have to agree with it. If it went through the system and going through all the appeals up to the Supreme Court quickly, if there were quick decisions and it went through the entire process and it didn't take the normal 7 years that it often takes for decisions to reach the Supreme Court, and it did it in a matter of months, that's fine. It still went through the system. It may have gone through faster because many find this to be an important issue. That's fine. That's going through the proper channels. That's the system. That's what we've agreed to. But they skipped that, which means we skipped the ability to apply the law as the law exists. The voices of the people, the agreement we have all made has been broken because they violated that process. In addition, and this is something that you don't hear much about, and I'm going to get to the comments user in just one moment. This is just like red flag laws. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to highlight this for you, because the mainstream media is going to take 30 seconds to a minute and a half and go right past this story and keep on moving. All they're going to say is Trump lost, that the Supreme Court is against Donald Trump, and you can't deport illegal aliens like he wants to, like he promised the American people in 2024. A promise that he is keeping, that he is deporting en masse these illegal aliens, which is what the American people wanted. Whether Democrats like that or not, that's what people voted for. That is exactly one of the things that they wanted to see happen. Democrats may not like that, but that's what the American people said. And here's the thing. So this is just like red flag laws. Because in red flag laws, which I have studied since 2018, I've done many videos about this. I've spoken at colleges about this, spoken to New York legislature and legislators about this. You have no due process. You have no other voice. Let me pull back for a second. I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second. In a red flag law, which is sometimes called an ERPO or an extreme risk protection order, this is the way that 18 states take away the Second Amendment rights of American citizens without a crime ever being committed, without any proof of any crime even being attempted. It is a way to deny people their rights. And in every single state, in every single ERPO, every single red flag law, and those that have been proposed on a national level, there is no need for proof. Someone will make an allegation. That allegation saying that you are a danger to yourself and or your community, that allegation will be presented to a judge. You will never be notified of this. No one will tell you about this. You don't get any warning. You don't get a chance to defend yourself. Someone will just say, you are dangerous. And because you are dangerous, the court, the judge, will issue a warrant. Police will show up at your house somewhere between, normally we see this at between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. in the morning. They're going to bang on your door with a SWAT team and Child Protective Services. They will issue the warrant, take your property, your firearms, all firearms in the household, even if they are not yours. They will take them all. They will also take your children. This is a part that no one ever talks about, and it is correct. I've talked to legislators about this in New York State, in Connecticut, in Indiana. I've talked to lawyers across the country, including D.C., about this. Everyone confirms. If you are such a danger to your community and to yourself that the government must take away your property and your rights, then that household is too dangerous for your children to continue to be in. And CPS, Child Protective Services, in every state must at that point step in and take the children for their own safety and take them out of that danger zone and take away the parental rights. No one likes to talk about that on the left. Those who advocate against the Second Amendment, who are in favor of red flag laws, never want to reveal this information to the public. It is confirmed. I know this is happening in Connecticut, which started red flag laws. Indiana, the second state to have red flag laws. It's true in New York State as well. It's true in every single state that has passed a red flag law. You do not get notified. You do not have a right to defend yourself until after you have been punished, after they've taken your property, after they have taken your children. Then you get to walk into a courtroom and say, this is unfair. I'm innocent of the non-criminal charges that have been placed against you. This is the problem with red flag laws. At its heart, it is one of the 6 violations of the Constitution and amendments that most people don't talk about, that you won't hear from the mainstream media. And what we are seeing, and has been highlighted by the dissent by Justice Alito, is that there was no one from the government had the opportunity to defend themselves. We are losing our government. We have multiple laws that are coming out now and actions in courts that are coming out where the court is taking an action without hearing from the other party. We're turning into other nations. We're turning into the kind of laws we see in Africa and in South America and other nations, second and third world nations around the world, where you do not get a right to confront those who are accusing you of non-crimes in this case. You do not get to confront the allegations and to defend yourself. Nor is anyone in the room with red flag laws. No one is there to defend you. They are only there to convict you, to punish you. That is a tenet in every single red flag law on the books and proposed in the United States since 1999. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not an opinion. That is a fact. And we are seeing the same thing right now in our Supreme Court. No one was there to fight against this. No one in the government had the right, had the opportunity to say, no, this is legal. This is fair. Yes, we do have this right to enforce the law in this manner. And that's the real question here. It's not that the government doesn't have the right to enforce the law. They do. It's the manner in which they are enforcing the law. That's the loophole that the Democrats, the far left, the Democratic Socialists of America, that's what they're trying to push. Oh, you can't do it that way. We don't like the way that you are getting rid of these illegal criminals in our nation. We don't like the way you're doing it. It looks bad. It makes Democrats and their supporters look like fools because for decades, we've been told you can't deport these illegal aliens. There's too many of them. Yes, we can. We can't find all these illegal aliens, especially the violent ones. We can't find them. Yes, we can. Oh, it's not possible to get them deported quickly. We don't have the manpower. Yes, we do. This can be done. It is being done, and it makes Democrats look stupid because every argument they said to not allow this to happen in the past has been blown up in their face. And so now they're relying on activist judges. The Supreme Court is being activist at this moment, saying, oh, no, we're not going to hear from any other voice. We're not going to consider this. We're not going to let any other court consider this. We're going to take a political decision right now and force it onto the government and the American people, possibly to the detriment of the American people. That's dangerous. Okay, let me stop. I'm going to go back to the comments. I know I wanted to get that all out in one block so that you could understand the nature of this and to give you a reference point, red flag laws, because most in the news media aren't going to give you a reference. All they're going to say is Trump, orange man bad, lost in the Supreme Court, and he can't deport people. See, we told you deporting the illegal aliens is a crime. It's unconstitutional. It's not. That's not the case, but they will make that correlation, and they will say that in the headlines so that you will think that the President Trump and his administration have somehow done something illegal or that they have been defeated. It is meant to raise up Democrats and their profile and their ideology while ignoring the reality of what is actually happening and the impact it has on the American people. So, user has been banned, joined us. Hello, user. And user says, Mike, did you apply for a state AC unit? No. A state air conditioning unit? I don't know where you're going with that, user. I need some more clarification on that. Let's see. User goes on to say, War of the Bucket between Bologna and I forget the other city-state. Oh, this is historical. Okay. Yeah, now they're using the drainage system to get into us. Okay. Mike Bowie says, where is the Epstein list? If judges and senators are being blackmailed, we need to know. I know some people think that the Epstein list and the names that are on there, individuals that should have been investigated years ago and can be investigated even at this moment, and we have been promised by the Trump administration that we will get the full, unredacted list of individuals that went to Epstein Island and how often they went to Epstein Island, which was a hotbed of true abuse against women and young individuals. We should have that. That should be public, and it has been hidden from the public. We don't know why. Many people believe that that is because the names of many politicians, like Bill Clinton, who is part of that list, will be revealed, and that would have a negative impact on current U.S. politics, that many politicians would lose power, lose their re-elections, and possibly be criminally indicted because of their exposure, their support, their potentially criminal actions on Epstein Island. That is the supposition. That is, and in the face of not having any other evidence, it seems to be credible. So I can't say you're wrong there, Mike Bowie. Where is the list? Is that a factor in what is happening with the Supreme Court right now? Because this is such a major departure from what we normally see. And it's not about the court being left or right or whether they're conservatives or not. You can be an activist judge on issues or on many things, whether or not you're left or right-leaning or who put you into office. It doesn't matter. This is an instance of activism, judicial activism, and that is a problem because it leads to more corruption, and it is a problem. So I don't know if people are being blackmailed or not. We do need the list. And I know one of my good friends from the Liberty First Foundation, Frank Johnson, is very adamant about this. This is one of his major issues, is getting that list, and he's been fighting to try and get that done. So I get it. User has been banned says, my friend Boris, who's made of tannerite, stands guarding the doorway and will not be dropping anything. I don't know where you're going with these things, user has been banned. I don't know. User has been banned goes on to say, can we clone Alito, Justice Alito, and just have 5 Justice Alitos in the Supreme Court? Well, as much as I generally agree with Justice Alito and also Justice Clarence Thomas, Amy Cohen Barrett. There's several of the justices I agree with on a regular basis, but no matter how much we may agree with them, they're just human beings, and sometimes they get it wrong. I'm not upset with the justices, their balance. I don't think this is indicative of their careers, but it is something that is abnormal, and it does have a direct impact on the safety of American citizens if we're not deporting these criminals, in particular these violent criminals. We're talking about, this is specifically targeting MS13 and the Venezuelan gang members, the Tren de Agua, they are the ones that are being stopped from being deported from the United States. These are individuals who are not just criminal for entering the United States, but they have added to that criminality by attacking American citizens, by taking over their apartments, by selling drugs, firearms illegally, in trying to having shootouts and fights and territorial battles, in trying to harm American citizens, extorting them, being violent against them. This is a direct threat to the safety of American citizens, which means we should go through and have a good reason to not deport these individuals. Not just the whim of the left, not just because of a feeling or because someone doesn't like the procedure. Is it legal to deport them? Yes, and the Supreme Court has already said that. So why not deport them? Well, we don't like the way you're deporting them. I don't think that's not a reason not to deport them. They are illegally here. They are criminals. They are violent criminals in the United States, separate of their initial crime of entering the United States. They are promoting sex trafficking, human trafficking, otherwise known as slavery. So, yeah, I have a problem with them. Let's get rid of them. We don't have any reason to have them in our country. And if their home country won't take them, I don't care where they go. They're not our problem. They never were our problem to start with. They became an issue only when they came into America and then added to their criminality by being violently criminal as well. They don't need to be here. They have no right to be here. Get rid of them. That's my opinion. If other people disagree, let me know why. Let's see. User has been banned says that New York. He clarifies about, did I get a state air conditioning unit? New York City, in New York State, is offering free air conditioning units to eligible households. I wouldn't do it. I don't care about air conditioning. I've never had air conditioning in my life. I don't like it, don't need it, don't care about it. I am not happy with the state providing free, taking my taxpayer dollars for something that the state government has nothing to do with. If an individual wants air conditioning, go buy it. That's it. If you want air conditioning, go buy it. You don't need my taxes to do that. That is the government micromanaging individuals' lives, and that's a problem in and of itself. And in reference to storm drains, users banned is saying that storm drains are part of the smuggling routes that many illegal aliens use, especially in El Paso, Texas. Well, yes, and that's one of and they have tunnels that they dig. No one is saying that we're going to remove every illegal alien forever from the United States. There is no country that doesn't have illegal aliens. Individuals who are criminal and have an intent can break the law. They always will. We've seen that throughout the history of time. No matter what law you have, no matter what the punishment is, no matter how authoritarian, right-wing, how law-abiding anyone might be as a nation, there are always those who will be criminals that choose to break laws. You can't stop that. So we're never going to get rid of every single illegal alien, but we can cut the number down significantly. We don't need to have an inflow of 8 million that previous presidents, that includes Obama, that includes Clinton, that includes all the presidents. Normally, we don't get 8 million for years. That is record breaking. we can reduce this. We can bring this to a much more manageable number. And there's nothing wrong with getting rid of 650,000 illegal aliens that have been violent criminals in the United States, that have been arrested very often in New York State, in California, in Illinois. They've been arrested for violent crimes already. And it is only because those states are sanctuary states, many of the cities in those states are sanctuary cities where they violate the law, that they are criminal in those states. That's the only reason why these threats to the American people continue to exist to be in America. And what the Supreme Court has done in this case is allow those threats to continue to be in America, endangering people's lives. And I have no doubt that if these individuals are allowed to come back to American soil, to be released from captivity, detainment, they will disappear into the woodwork and they will flow into LA, to San Francisco, to New York City, to Rochester, New York, to Chicago, to Baltimore, to Detroit. They will disappear into the ether. They will go to Dearborn, Michigan, and they will infiltrate into the communities there and never be seen again. They will lay low until they are no longer fearing being deported and go back to their normal activities. Again, if anyone disagrees with me, tell me why. I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to have that conversation. We need, as a nation, to have these conversations, not the 30-second headlines, not the opinion of CNN and MSNBC, the mainstream news media, not their political agendas, but actual conversations. We need to do this as a nation. So, it's incredible to me what we're seeing here. And the consequences of this are huge, huge. Now, I also want to cover, this is from the Associated Press. Alito's dissent in deportation case says court rushed to block Trump with middle of the night order, which is true. That is a fact. It's not that he says it. That's what they did. It is a fact. They're saying, the headline here is meant to make you doubt that that wasn't the right thing to do, that isn't the normal process. They want to make you, if you only read headlines, and that's who this is targeting, the mainstream Americans who are flying through the headlines and not reading the content. They aren't paying attention to the details. So they're, okay, this is something that's usually normal. So Supreme Court Justice is saying, oh, no, this was out of the norm, that this was something that, she's complaining because he's a conservative, because he's right-wing, because he's MAGA. That's the message that's coming from the left on this. And the left controls 80 to 90% of all the news media. They agree with the underlying decision. They don't want to talk about Justice Alito or why he's making the dissent. They want to blow past this. So they're trying to give you reasons to doubt Justice Alito. This is basically, they're trying to discredit a Supreme Court justice and his dissent. They wouldn't do that to Sotomayor. They won't do this to KBJ, Ketanji Jackson Brown. They won't do it to her. No, they'll do it to the more right-leaning justices all day long. They'll do it to Thomas. They'll do it to Alito, they'll do it to Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. They'll do it to them, but they won't dare do it to anyone on the left. Let's take a look at this. So in the article, and this should have been higher up, but again, they don't want you to read this. They are purposefully hiding the direct quote from Justice Alito and his dissent, and they're dropping it down because they don't want you to pay attention to what he has to say. They want you to go on to the next story. That's why they put the ads in front of it. They want you to think the story ended there, that it got cut off, that it's not a full story. That's why they do this on purpose, to manipulate you. But what he did say is, and I believe Alito said that this is unprecedented relief and hastily and prematurely granted. He wrote that it was not clear that the Supreme Court had jurisdiction at this stage. They jumped the gun. They're being activists. They're not supposed to be addressing this at this point. Saying that not all legal avenues have been played out in lower courts. This is supposed to go through a certain system. And if you break the system no longer exists. That's where corruption comes in. This is where I am so upset. Quote, the only papers before the court were those submitted by the applicants, by the left. People who were supporting open borders and illegal immigration. They put out this suit against the federal government. They want to keep the MS13 and the 100 other gangs that have entered into the United States under the Biden-Harris administration, under Democrats. They want to keep them here. And so they're the only ones that the Supreme Court heard from. He goes on to say, the court had not ordered or received a response by the government regarding either the applicant's factual allegations or any of the legal issues presented by the application. Let me stop there. The Supreme Court didn't even ask the Trump administration to try and defend itself. They didn't notify them. They didn't ask for a defense. They didn't care. They already made up their mind. They already had the outcome in mind. That's why they didn't hear from anyone else. That's not justice. That's not the legal system. Not in America. You're supposed to be able to defend yourself. This is red flag laws. There is no one in that room when the leftists came in and said, we want to keep the MS-13 Venezuelan gangs in America. There was no one in the room to say, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe there is a law that prevents that. Maybe if we enforce the existing law, we should be deporting these criminals from our nation. No one was there to make that argument, nor did they give them the opportunity to make that argument. Whether or not they would have won, entirely different. I'm not saying that the Trump administration would have walked in and they would have won because they are super brilliant and their argument has no holes in it whatsoever. I can't say that. I don't know. What I do know is they weren't given the opportunity. This is the left loves to have a guarantee of the outcome. They don't want equality of opportunity. They want equality of the outcome. And that's what this is. This is what red flags are. They know what the outcome is going to be. The outcome of a red flag law is there is going to be a warrant issued. They are going to come to your house. They are going to take your property. They are going to take your kids. There is no crime that has been committed, and then you get to defend yourself. In this case, no court, no one has been able to defend the government, to defend the law as it exists. This is a problem. I don't know. No, and I've looked at the mainstream news media coverage of this. They are not addressing this. They're not telling you this. Why this is such a problem? Because it is. Because if you do, I think part of the reason why MSNBC, CNN, ABC News, CBS, the New York Times, part of the reason why they don't want to address this, they want to get past this. All they want is the headline. Orange man bad loses Supreme Court. That's what they want. That's the headline that they want to push out there. And they do have to appease some of the 5 or 10% of their workforce that aren't leftist Democrats. Yeah, they let them do articles like this, which says, oh, well, maybe there was some dissent, but, you don't have to pay attention to that. It's not. This is the normal way it should go. This is what should normally happen. Follow the left. Obey. But here it is, and we are looking at this, and I have to say to myself, this is dangerous. Whether or not you agree with mass deportations, whether or not you like President Trump, which is meaningless, at the end of the day, whether you like President Trump or not is absolutely, completely meaningless. I could care less. It has nothing to do with anything else. It has nothing to do with efficiency or effectiveness. It has nothing to do with law and law enforcement. Don't care. Don't care if you like him or not. But this is a step beyond. This is denying the process, which means we're actively destroying our government. And I've enjoyed and I agree with many of the decisions that the Supreme Court has made in the last 20, 30 years. Left-leaning Supreme Court, right-leaning Supreme Court. I've agreed with their reasoning many times. I've also agreed with the dissent many times. But they've never done something, I cannot recall a time where they have done something like this, which is an absolute destruction of our system of government. This is ridiculous. Users of Ban says, didn't the courts in Brazil also do something where they basically took control of the government there? Yes, they did. Yes. This is something we see normally in third world nations. Normally in second and third world nations. Brazil would be a second world nation. This is the type of thing we see in governments that are corrupted, that have failed, that have governments that are inefficient, ineffective, and crumbling. This is what we see in nations that often go through radical protests and turmoils and civil strife, if not civil wars. This is what we normally see. This is the type of thing I would expect from a second or third world nation, not the Supreme Court. It's really upsetting to me. But we're going to move on, because that's just one thing. But I think it's important. And again, it's breaking news. It's coming out today, and I think most people aren't understanding how bad it is. And that's why I use the corollary of red flag laws, very much in the same vein. It is that kind of corruption. It is that kind of violation of rights. And in this case being federal rights to protect the people. This is endangering American citizens. But again, anyone on the left wants to step in. I know some leftists hate watch this program. I know that there are elected officials in New York State and also in Congress that watch this program and have their staff watch this program on a regular basis. Fantastic. I'm willing to hear from any of you guys. Let's have the conversation. If you think I'm wrong, let's have the conversation. Tell me why. Tell me how I am wrong, either about the red flags or about illegal immigration. Let's have that conversation. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how it's not destroying our system of government. And somehow I doubt that any elected officials would actually speak up, even though they may believe it. Like not Jasmine Sherman, not the Nergalite, Jasmine Crockett. Why don't you come on in? Jasmine Crockett, you're a lawyer. You're a leftist. You're a Democrat, socialist. Let's have this conversation. You want to keep the MS13? Let's have a conversation. I doubt she'll say yes. But let me move on. Because there is also, in the news today, there is the fact that the U.S. has stated, again, international news, that the United States will abandon the Ukraine-Russia peace talks. And that it's possible it could happen within a couple of days. This is as of Friday. Now, I know there are many people who will say, Mike, wait a minute. This came out Friday. I didn't hear about this. A lot of people didn't. It was Friday. It came out Friday in the evening. This was, as you can see, this was reported by CNN at 8:38 in the evening on Friday. That means they dumped this. You weren't supposed to pay attention. You were supposed to be busy with anything and everything else in your life. This was thrown out Fridays at evenings and Friday. When news comes out there, that's the media usually dumping something. It's also sometimes when the government will dump news so that it won't be paid, people won't pay attention to it, that it will be ignored, that it will be overshadowed by people going out because they're going on a date, they want to go see a movie, they're dealing with their kids, getting ready for the weekend, taking a family trip. Life happens, and they want you to be busy with life and not pay attention. Because if you only saw this headline, U.S. will abandon Ukraine peace efforts within days if no progress is made. Again, this is the left media playing games with the article, with the headline, because you're not supposed to pay attention to the details. And what this says is, the Trump administration is giving up on Ukraine. Trump is a bad guy. Orange man bad, hates Ukraine. Orange man bad, supports Putin. That's what you're supposed to get from this. Because they didn't mention that it's the United States is willing to give up on failed Ukraine-Russia peace efforts. That's what's happening here. This isn't about the Ukraine. This is about Russia. The problem isn't the Ukraine. And if you actually read through the article from CNN, they're not saying that Ukraine is the problem, that Ukraine is stopping the high-level talks. It's Russia. Russia is not taking action. If you actually read through the article, and if you read through what's actually being said here, they're complaining about, I believe here it is. Here it is. One of the relevant, again, buried. If there's no movement, the U.S. official said, the administration will have to make significant policy decisions. Trump has threatened secondary sanctions and tariffs on Russia. Why would he put more tariffs and more sanctions against Russia in Ukraine-Russia talks if the Ukraine is the problem? If we've already seen what happened when the Ukraine was the problem. Trump was very public and very quick to take action against the Ukraine, against Zelensky, and said, okay, come back when you're serious. And when Zelensky apologized and got serious and realized that no one else in the world is going to protect the Ukraine, the European Union will do nothing without the United States. In fact, England, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, made it clear they can't defend Ukraine without the United States. Nothing effective can be done. So the United States must be involved, must be the ones behind any kind of defense of Ukraine in a peacetime or even to get to that peacetime. That was already stated. We covered it in detail. You can go back and see some of the live streams, some of the videos we did on it. So if the headline is making you think that Trump has another problem with Zelensky, that's why they're saying it's the Ukraine. They're not saying Russia. Nor are they saying that it's about the entire talks, that Trump is trying to bring both countries together to get peace, that he's trying to get motion forward for both countries. He's trying to get both countries on the same page to get to a deal. But they left that out in the headline. And again, it's very simple. Trump has threatened secondary sanctions and tariffs on Russia, which means Russia is the problem. They're the ones stalling the deal. Then he goes on to say, but he also said that the United States won't continue to fund Ukraine indefinitely. Well, that's something he said in the past. He's already been clear on that. That the entire burden for protecting Ukraine, which is a benefit to Europe, which they've been lapping up wonderfully. They're very happy that the United States spends money they don't spend, that they get to live in a fantasy world. It's kind of like Margaret Thatcher's statement that socialism is great with someone else's money. And socialism will only last as long as someone else's money. And if the United States is paying for the Ukraine war, fantastic. Europe is happy because they're not paying for it because they can't afford it. They're more than happy to see the war continue forever as long as the United States paying for it. Again, it goes back to they can't do anything without the United States, but they don't want to because it would cause inflation in their countries. It would cost, defending yourself is expensive. Defending another nation is expensive. Their people would have to deal with inflation. Their people would have to deal with hardship if they were to actually get off their butts and do something. They don't want to do that. They want America to do it. And Trump has already said, no, that's not how this is going to work. We've already taken care of these guys. We've paid for about 2 years of the entire GDP of the Ukraine. 2 years by ourselves. And provided them with weapons and such. No, this isn't our fight. And it really isn't. It's a fight for Europe. It's not a fight for the United States. Not directly. So that's old news. And Trump has said that Europe needs to step up. Of course, this is old news. So again, the article isn't about the old news. It's about the current. What's the new thing? What's changed? Russia. Moscow has stalled on negotiations and rejected a ceasefire proposal agreed to by Kiev, by the Ukraine. Having promised on the campaign trail to end the fight in a day, Trump more recently said Russia has to get moving. The Kremlin said Friday that Russia was striving to settle this conflict. The contacts are quite the contracts are quite complicated because the topic of Ukraine settlement is also not simple. So Kremlin is trying to delay because they're winning. They have the leverage. They're in charge. They're going to win that war. They have been winning the war. They're going to win the war. Whether or not you doesn't mean I don't support Ukraine by saying the truth. It doesn't mean I support Putin by saying the truth. Russia is winning the war. And they're going to win. They have the advantage right now, completely and 1,000%. They have the advantage in the war. And by extending the war, they extend their advantage. They get to take more property, more land. They get to reduce the number of people fighting against them by killing the Ukrainians. Russia wants this to take as long as possible. They win more by extending the peace process. Trump doesn't care about who's winning. He wants peace, period. Take what you have and walk away. Let's stop the fighting, period, full stop. When Ukraine was trying to say, but we have to win, that's unrealistic. That's just not a reality. And it's not going to be a reality. Whether or not you like Ukraine or Russia or anyone else, it's just not a reality. Ukraine's not going to win. They're not going to have victory. They can get peace, but they can't get victory. Two very, very different things. And Ukraine gets it now. Fine. It's Russia. But why is the headline telling you about Ukraine? Why is the headline trying to make it seem like Trump is in favor of Putin? Because that's not what the article says. That's not what the information is saying. It's because they are misleading you. You want to hear about misinformation? You want to hear about disinformation? You want to talk about political influence in news media? That's what this is. Just like the other headline. Just like the other headline talking about the Supreme Court, this is another case of the news media, this case CNN, trying to be very subtle in that if you're not paying attention, you think that this is about Trump being a friend or ally to Putin, not Ukraine, which goes along with their message of Orange Man Bad, which goes along with their political agenda, which is support Democrats, obey Democrats, don't ask questions of Democrats. Everything that Orange Man Bad does is obviously bad and evil. Everyone in his administration, like Mark Rubio, are obviously bad and evil, making all the wrong decisions. That's the mentality they want you to have. And they know you're not going to read into this article, or they're counting on it, and you're not going to notice this information they buried deep in the article because you're not going to get there. You're not going to be informed. They're filling everything else with Orange Man Bad. Oh my God, Trump's such a bad guy. He's so against the Ukraine. He's on Putin's side. That's the entire rest of the article. That's what they're filling all this time with. Orange Man Bad, Orange Man Bad, Orange Man Bad. By the way, the problem is Russia. Moving on. I find this to be, and that's the upsetting part. That's the thing that I find upsetting about this, is that this is happening before our faces. And the mainstream news media, they only give 30 seconds, minute and a half. You may have seen this story about delays in the Ukraine-Russia war, and all you heard is, Trump's going to give up on it. That's the 30-second take. Yeah, that's the one-sentence take on it. That's not what's happening. That's not the reality. But it is good if you don't like Trump, if you have TDS, if you believe in Orange Man Bad, then that's the perfect statement. Oh, Trump hates Ukraine. We love Ukraine. We were trying to help Ukraine. Trump wants to help Putin. Trump is an evil bad guy because Putin's an evil bad guy. So you should vote Democrat next time. In 2026, you should be voting for Democrat. In your governor's races, you should be voting Democrat because Orange Man bad. That's the mindset in article after article after article. That's why we've been going through a decade, literally a decade of Orange Man bad. So that you will always lean towards, every time you get the opportunity, let me stick it to Trump and MAGA. Let me vote Democrat in the next election. Democrats have more power, but that doesn't mean things are more efficient or effective. It doesn't mean that you've resolved the underlying problem, because the problem isn't Trump in this case. The problem isn't Marco Rubio. The problem isn't Ukraine. The problem is Russia. And this statement that the United States will back out and put sanctions on Russia, that's the key part. We will back out and we will punish Russia for not moving forward, for stalling and delaying the peace talks that they said they are willing to do. That Trump has at least got them to the table to at least start the process. Russia is stalling. And Trump is putting pressure on them that if they continue to stall, fine, I will walk away until you're ready to do something. And in the meantime, you will be punished. It's the same thing he did to Zelensky. Again, the news media doesn't want you to understand that similarity. When Zelensky came in and said, it has to be victory or nothing, you must give, when he was talking to Joe Biden, and also when he was talking to Trump and J.D. Vance, you must give, Zelensky was saying to the American people that the American people must give the Ukraine victory, which is impossible. That's not a reality. Because he had said that to Biden and Kamala Harris. And they said, okay. They said, yes. Which extended the war. All it did was extend the war and allow more people to die. It didn't get Ukraine any closer to victory. Trump isn't there for victory. Not for Putin, not for Ukraine. He's there for peace. End the war. That's his goal. That's the only thing he's ever said, is I want to end the war. Will he take advantage of trying to recoup some of the costs that the United States has spent? Yeah, of course he will. And by the way, we know, I believe it is it that article? No, it's the next article. We know that he has had some success so far. And that success has come in Russia and Ukraine have swapped more than 500 prisoners. Now, that's not huge, but it is something. It is part of that process to get to peace. That they're exchanging hostages, they're in conversations, they're taking goodwill actions. This is getting us closer, but this is minimal. But it is something. It's part of what's being used. It's part of stalling, because Russia's saying, oh, well, I want the hostages, but we have to have these conditions and it has to be at this rate, these many people. It's part of their delay tactic. But it is something that Trump is getting done. You're not hearing about this. You know where this article comes from? The Guardian. Because the United States won't put out an article that says, oh yeah, there is positive momentum in the Ukraine-Russia peace talks. There is some positive there. That it is closer today than it has been since the war started. We are closer to peace, or at least a ceasefire, than we have been since it started in 2022. This is the closest any nation has been able to get, because no other nation could get it done. And Joe Biden had no will to get this done. So we are getting there. It is something that can happen. But it's just very upsetting to me. And when I look at this, and we know part of what's going on is something else that I think is important. Just a reminder, because again, we remember how we got to this point. When Zelensky changed, and it was mentioned in the CNN article, that Trump got the mineral deal, it's not just about the money. It's about U.S. citizens rebuilding the infrastructure of the Ukraine, which they desperately need if their country is to survive at all in any form. And they desperately need us to build their power plants, to rebuild their water systems, their schools, roads, electricity. They need all of that. And for Americans to go and get the heavy earth minerals, the deal isn't just about money. It's not just about the future technology of the United States. It's about there are American citizens who have to go mining for those heavy earth minerals. We have to provide the equipment to get there. We have to build the roads, the electricity. We have to rebuild the infrastructure and the equipment and do the work, which means Americans will be on the ground. And if Russia kills those American citizens, now we have a very new conflict. Now you have America directly involved. And America doesn't like Russia to start with. We don't like Putin to start with. We never liked them. And so this would be a problem for Putin. If he's killing American citizens randomly, some guy is just building electric poles and power plants, which are helping to feed children, to give them light, to give them heating, to give them an ability to live a normal life. If an American is killed building a road that's being used by hospitals and schools, you think the American people won't react to that and say we have to do something? That we're going to be more heavily involved? Russia knows that that will happen. Russia remembers what happened after 9/11. They saw the American reaction. They don't want to risk that. No country in the world wants to really risk Americans getting so pissed off like we were after 9/11 that we were willing to glass entire countries because of what they had done to American citizens, innocent, non-combatant American civilians. When America gets pissed off, we lose our minds. There is no such thing as overkill. That's the whole point of American military supremacy. We don't have a off button. We don't have a that bomb is too big button. There's always a bigger bomb. There's always a bigger gun. And we, the American government and people, will use it. If you piss us off enough, we will use the biggest guns we can make, and then we'll make a bigger gun. We'll use the biggest bomb we have, and then we'll use a bigger bomb. Because we are that kind of crazy. We are. And every country in the world knows that. And Putin does not want to take the risk of killing American civilians that are building infrastructure, protecting children. They don't want to have that risk. So Trump is pushing peace forward. It's just the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about it that way. They don't want you to think about it that way. Again, you don't have to like Trump. You don't have to agree with President Trump. You don't have to agree with his policies. You don't have to be a Republican or a conservative or a libertarian or Green Party. You can be a Democrat and hate and have all the TDS and Orange Man badge you want. Doesn't mean that he's wrong in what he is doing. But the news media does not want you to think that way. Because if you do, you might actually support what he is doing. You might help him to put pressure on Russia. You may help him to get the peace deal done, which means he will look better, and Republicans and MAGA will look better in the 2026 election, in the governor's races that are happening across this country, and Democrats might not get power. There is a vested interest in this, and we need to point that out. Look, I'm as biased as anyone. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. That's where my viewpoint of my political commentary comes. And you may take these facts that I am presenting to you, and you may say, Mike, I come to a different conclusion. That's fine. But at least you know where my viewpoint is. We have dishonesty coming from CNN, and I'm showing you it. We have dishonesty coming from NPR. We have dishonesty from the left-leaning news media. They're manipulating you, and they're just not being honest about it. I'd have a lot more respect if they actually just said, look, we think Donald Trump's evil. It's Orange Man bad, TDS. And so we're not going to positively talk about anything that's happening. But by the way, these things are happening. These things do exist. We just don't want to talk about it. We mentioned it, and we're going to move on. We don't want to talk about it. At least then I'd have respect for them. All right. So I talked a little bit about that. By the way, just to let you guys know, links to everything that we are discussing in the show, everything that I'm showing you, and some of the other research that I've done will be in the description, whether you're on YouTube or on Rumble. In the description after the show, about an hour after the show, all the links will be there so that you can go back and read each and every one of these news stories for yourself and make your own decision. And I think 95% of all of our sources are left-leaning sources. Almost every source we go to is from the left, not the right. This is what the left media is implying. This is what they are stating. This is what they have confirmed. And we use internationally credible sources almost entirely. So it's not a question of the credibility of the news. It's not a question of the fact as they exist. It's about whether or not you agree with the conclusion. That's up to you. Let me also take a moment. If you've made it this far, we've been on for, oh my God, an hour and 23 minutes already. And if you made it this far into the show and you found it to be educational, entertaining, informative, please give us a like, a share, maybe most of all, subscribe. Costs you nothing, means the world to me. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers this year. Again, not trying to displace Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro or Joe Rogan. I'm realistic. We're not trying to be the biggest person in the world. We're just trying to be one of the sources that you can go to for a different point of view, to have a different understanding of what's going on, so that you can make up your own mind, because you're not going to get that from the mainstream. They want you to obey. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to question. They don't want you to understand what is happening. And I'm just trying to give you another viewpoint. So for that alone, for that support of the First Amendment, please like, share, subscribe. Now, if you have an extra $1.50 a month, you can join our Patreon. And that means you'll have things like discounts on the t-shirts that we provide, some of the clothing lines that we have. You'll get discounts on that. You'll be able to, when we have some events like my birthday live stream, you'll be able to come on live and have conversations with me that are exclusively only for our guests and for our Patreon members. And it costs $1.50 a month. Not even a cup of coffee. And if you really want to, besides the super chats, you can always go to PayPal and make a support to contribute to the program, because it's expensive to keep the lights on, especially in New York City. And we appreciate that a lot, because my dog, his health care is very expensive. But that's being said. Okay, let me move on. Now, since we've been talking about the international politics, since we've been talking about illegal immigration, since we're talking about how that's affecting the United States and the rest of the world, we're seeing Germany, again, we started with Germany, that they are deporting. They're doing the same thing the United States is doing. Deporting individuals who are destabilizing their society. The more people that you have come into your nation illegally or through those open borders, the bigger problems you will have. That's the breaking news we got out of Germany today. And guess what? Trump has been addressing that. And we've seen this most notably, and something that you probably haven't followed, is this is from the United States Customs and Border Patrol, Border Protection. So the USBP. And they are the ones who keep account and help to close the border. Something that we've been told by Democrats can't happen. Can't close the border. Can't get rid of the illegal aliens. Can't deport them. None of that is possible according to the left. That's what they told us under the Biden-Harris administration. That's what they told us under the Obama-Biden administration. Can't possibly happen. Well, here's the truth. And what you see in front of you is from the government. This is the statistics. This is the math, the empirical data from the government itself. And this has been confirmed by other international news sources as well. The numbers may be, 5,000 more, 5,000 less, but these are the numbers. This is the trend. And according to the government and according to international sources, yes, we have seen 90% of the encounters with illegal aliens at our southern border are down. Think about that. We have reduced the number of illegal aliens entering into America by 90% in less than 100 days. In less than 100 days under the Trump administration. 90%. You can see it falling off the cliff. And again, this is the chart. You can see it for yourself. Here we are. This is January. You can see it. Trump won the election in November. The illegal aliens got the message by December, and they stopped coming to America. Again, not 100%. We never have been at zero illegal immigrants. That's not possible. But we have reduced the number by 90%. And you think I'm wrong about this. If you think, Mike, but you're not understanding, here's the charts. Here are the numbers. This is from the government. Remember when we had all those illegal minors coming under the Obama administration, and he had to build cages for those kids? He separated the families. That was the Obama administration that did that. Yes, Trump continued it, but Obama started that. He built the cages. He's the one who took the kids away from the families. And then, of course, Biden also put the kids in the cages. Remember Ted Cruz trying to go down to the border because of all of those unaccompanied minors that were being put into cages built by Obama? Do you remember that? Do you remember AOC going down to Texas to stand in front of a chain link fence of a parking lot, an empty parking lot, in her white outfit, and taking staged images to lie to the public that she was actually trying to get in to see the kids? Complete fake. Total manipulation. Do you remember that? Because this channel does. We have a long memory. Remember the details. And yes, the unaccounted minors under the Biden administration, under his term, were massive. It was a huge problem. There were individuals sending their kids on 2,000-mile walks with sex slavers and drug dealers by themselves just so that they can get into America and America would take care of them. America would take care of their kids. That's child abuse. That is child abuse, straight up and down. Don't care which side of the aisle you fall on. There is no way to define that other than child abuse. No matter what the intent is, that's child abuse. If you did that to your kid, if you sent your kid 1 mile from your home on their own in America, you would have CPS taking your child away from you because it's child abuse. Well, they just did it to 2,000. And that was a massive problem. We had tens of thousands of kids per month entering the United States under the Biden-Harris administration. That number is now 0. I'm not saying that it's 100% 0. It's negligible. It's non-existent. Parents aren't abusing their children, sending them 2,000 miles with drug gangs and sex slavers and human traffickers. They're not sending them anymore because Trump has closed the border. It's been effective. And again, you can see the numbers. This is from the government itself. It's not my interpretation. It's not a feeling. It's not me being MAGA or right wing. This is the data. You're not being told about it, but this is the data. And this makes a difference. All right. We should talk about something here. Give me a second. I want to take a sip of my coffee. Again, if you disagree, by the way, if you disagree with anything, any conclusion I come to, you want to dispute anything I'm saying, no problem. SuperChat, RumbleRant, come on. Send it all in. Sorry, the background noise is my puppy. Don't know why. But I'm open to hearing your voices. This is a conversation that we're having, folks. I'm talking with you guys. Hang on one second. I heard my dog. He's a little bit early. You think? He's early by like an hour. An hour, yeah. So, folks, you may have heard that wailing just a moment ago? That's my puppy, who was up at 2 in the morning, woke me up wailing just like that at 2 in the morning, and I had to take him out then. Then he went to sleep for the entire day until 5 minutes before the show, and I had to take him out then. And now he wants to go back out. He's having quite the day. All right. So obviously I want to talk about citizenship and the fear of American citizens being deported. American citizens being punished by the Trump administration. This is something that we're hearing from NBC News. This is coming from the left-leaning news media, that you have to be terrified, you have to be afraid, you are going to be punished because Trump is MAGA, he's right-wing, he's evil. Except none of that's true. None of that's real. We're going to talk about that. And I'm going to give you the evidence of what I'm talking about, because this is all about propaganda. It's about making you vote based on emotions, not about facts. So, come here. Hey, folks. Hi. This is my puppy. 14 years old. 14. Hi. Yes, I know. Hi. And this is the guy who was screaming just a moment ago. So I'm going to take him out in a second. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to play what we normally do when we take a break, because my puppy is not feeling well, is I will play a video from an older show or me doing a speech, and I will play that so that you have something on the screen, and then we'll come back. This will give you a chance to go to the bathroom, get something to eat, check on the scores of your latest, your favorite sports team. It'll give you a chance to stretch your legs or have a cigarette or walk your dogs, and then come back to the program and we'll pick up where we left off. It's a little earlier than what we normally do. We usually go about 5 o'clock. That's usually when my puppy is at his best. What I'll do is I'm going to play a video from this week. This is from the Liberty First Foundation. Every Wednesday, we have a live stream with the Liberty First Foundation, talking about issues found, constitutional issues, different issues. It's a panel discussion, and I'm going to play what we were talking about this week, because part of that is Elise Stefanik being governor, which we're going to go into. Part of it is talking about what happened with Cody Balmer and the arson in Pennsylvania, which is out of the news. We're going to talk a little bit about a few different things. But I'm going to take a moment. Yes, and by the way, my puppy's name is Khan. Genghis Khan. No, it has nothing to do with Star Trek. Please, no. He's not Noonien Sung Khan. He is Genghis Khan. That's the name of my dog. All 20 pounds of him. And so we're going to take a quick break. I will play this, and then we will be back. Figure it is now 4:07, so we'll be back at 4:45. 4:45, we will be back. We will talk about about Americans being deported under the Trump administration. That fear. We'll talk about the shooting, the mass shooting at FSU. We'll talk a little bit about what's happening with Cody Balmer. We'll talk a little bit about Elise Stefanik and several other issues as well. Plus, your comments, the issues that you think are important. Please like, share, subscribe. We'll be back in just a moment.
I don't know. Some things just happen the way they happen.
Wait a minute. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that? Let me make sure. Can you hear this? Before anyone goes, let me know if you can hear this.
And such is life, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
listen,
you should be able to hear it.
we're going to be doing a little bit of a hiatus on the show tonight. Everybody has been either busy or otherwise occupied with the upcoming holiday coming up this weekend. A couple of people are running late. I sent out the invites and all the rest of that. And today happens to be my birthday. So with that being said, we really don't have a whole hell of a lot to talk about. and I just sat down to eat some lovely pizza from our good friends over at Johnny Tomatoes in Indian Trail, North Carolina. No, I didn't get paid for that advertisement, but I just figured I'd share it with you because they make some really good stuff over there. This, I believe, is their pesto Sicilian pie. Really, really good. Just warmed it up in the oven because I just got home from work and, oh wait, look, we have a guest with us this evening. It's our good friend Jan Range. Jan, how's it going, sweetheart?
It's going pretty good. First off, I want to say happy birthday, big guy.
Thank you. It's greatly appreciated. I am 39 years old today for the 15th time.
Yup.
Well, something like that.
It's been a while since I've been on. So.
Is that a Rhea Ripley shirt you're wearing?
Yes, it is.
I had no idea that you were a fan of professional wrestling.
Oh, yes, I am. I've been for years and years. In fact, I've been to some live events.
Oh, well, next time we are together, I will show you some of the photographs I have from the various WrestleManias I attended.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's something I haven't been to yet. And, well, I haven't been to any of the major events, but except one. Went to a Royal Rumble in '94 with my kid in Fresno.
Somewhere I will have to dig up a photograph of George the Animal Steel body slamming me through a table in a restaurant in Brooklyn, New York. That was fun. We didn't bring him up on assault charges, even though I was only 15 at the time. But
yeah. No, I want to thank y'all for everything you've said to me behind the scenes. It hasn't been an easy couple of months. I decided to go ahead and come on tonight because I needed a little bit of a break. My dad was interned today. My sister sent me all the videos of the honor guard and everything, and so a couple hours ago I just been bawling my eyes out yet again because now it's a finality. It's not just that he's gone, but I don't know, it's hard, as you know.
It is. My dad's 10-year anniversary of his passing came and went, and unlike previous years, I didn't address it this time around. I figured 10 years I was just going to let it go, but it hung over me like a cloud. That 10-year anniversary is like a solemnness to it that in retrospect, I'm glad I didn't pay homage to it because I didn't want to bring anybody down. It's 10 years, but in my heart, it's like, okay, it's a significant anniversary. And then today, we've always had a tradition in my family that at midnight on our birthdays, my mom would always pick up the phone and call that kid. And with the exception of 1 year that my mom was sick and she slept through my birthday at that midnight, where I was told in advance, I'm probably going to be sleeping at midnight, so I'm not going to call you tonight. So I let it go. But today was the second midnight that I didn't get that phone call.
Oh no! I totally get it because, our tradition isn't at midnight, but at some time during the day, you're going to get a call from, well, at this point in time, it was either my dad and my sister. You pick up the phone and they sing you happy birthday. That's been our family tradition, and I'm not going to get that song this year from him.
Well, I just got it from my sister. She called me a couple of minutes. I didn't realize how late it was getting. I'm not supposed to be scheduled at my job to work on Wednesdays past 7s because I have to come back here and prep for the show. But on my way home today, I didn't have the opportunity to really pay too much attention to the time, and I came in, I did a bunch of stuff, and Lori put my pizza on the table at 7:55. And I'm like, oh, I don't really have time to get the show going. And Marshall stuck up on a mountaintop someplace. We don't know if and when we're going to see him anytime soon. Dal just texted us. He said that he's having car trouble. He's stuck at the mechanic.
Yeah.
Vass has been popping in and out for the last 5 minutes. There he is just now, Mr. Vasquez. Unlike Vasquez, I am not going to sit at the computer for 15 hours on my birthday and do a liver crushing, bladder smashing, 12-hour broadcast. No, on my birthday, I'm actually gonna, I don't know, call it early so I can eat my food and be done, because I am exhausted. And I gave myself a panic attack in the middle of the night last night. I had a bill due that's on the 15th of the month. And I was like sleeping last night. I said, oh my God, the 15th. And I'm checking my bank account. I'm like, well, it hasn't posted yet. And oh God, I'm short $40 to pay that bill. I got to transfer money. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I grabbed a bunch of money out of the house. I ran to the bank at 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning, I ran over to the ATM on the other side of town so I could deposit a couple of $100, cover the bills. I forgot to do it earlier in the day. The bill's due May 15th. And I'm a month away from when the bill's actually due. And I was just drove myself nuts. And by the time I got back in the house last night, it was I was too wound up to go to sleep again. So by the time I went back into the bed and closed my eyes, Charlie was poking me in the face. He had to go out, and Jake had to go out, and JC had to go out. And before you know it, it's 5:30, and I'm sitting at the kitchen table having a cup of coffee going, this is my day now. I got 2 hours sleep. I'm good to go. Bass, how are you doing over there?
Well, I think most people know that about a week or so ago, had my computer completely crash, and so we had to rebuild everything, reset, and it took several days. I got the computer back on like Friday, spent several days. I lost about 200 to 400 gigs of data, which may sound a lot to most people. I have 10 terabytes of data on my computer. So 400 gigs, not something I'm losing my mind over. But that's put me behind on almost everything. But I have been following what's been going on in the news of late, and some of the big issues that are going on. In fact, today in the Bronx, the Bronx Conservative Party is having their monthly meeting in Allerton Avenue. I know that there is a new candidate who is starting their campaign. They're on the ballot, a Republican in Queens, and that's going on tonight as well. There's a lot happening. People still don't even know about this is something that's happening around the country, that various cities are just dropping in these lithium-ion battery plants without telling anyone in residential areas, and people are not aware of this. I covered this. I was at the event Saturday, and no one in the news. There was 2 articles in the news media. BronxNet News. There was the Daily Post and me are the only ones. And I'm the only one with actual video. The other 2 didn't mention that there were 6 candidates, including Curtis Lewa. Didn't mention it. Didn't mention that these battery plants have had fires, 40 fires across the country, which lead to 8 miles of toxic plumes. We're talking about hydrochloric acid, gas, and
I'm the only one
cancerous
not
gas.
frozen.
This is a block away from a high school.
That's on your computer, Jan. You're fine on ours.
Yeah. So that's one thing in the news. There's today and I think you guys heard me mention it before. Elise Stefanik mentioned that she's going to be running for governor, which I knew. I did hint at that. I did know that. But I also know how she wins. And that's the thing that I don't think anyone's talked about yet. I know exactly the thing that wins the race for her. And I know the issue. I'll tell everyone on your show first, because no one else has talked about this. There's a problem with Cody Balmer, guy who's trying to burn down the governor of Pennsylvania. There's that. So there's a lot of things. But before I get to any of those, it's your birthday, Frank, and you're younger than me. So I hope you're supposed to have some kind of fun party. I mean, you're the younger one, supposed to go out and drink with friends and all that.
I bought a gun for my birthday.
That's not a bad thing.
No, that's my my thing for the day. Is I saw something that I've been looking for quite some time, and when it showed up, I said, I'm going to have that. So that's what I went and did. Yeah, let me see if I can't show you what I got here.
Sure.
There you go. That's a Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum. That's a model 27-9. Been around for a long time. And that's what I picked up today. That was my birthday present to myself. The reason why I got this one, my father, when he was on the NYPD, carried this model firearm. Although with a 5-inch barrel, this has got a 6.5. Well, he was involved in a scuffle, and they had to inspect this firearm at one point. And when upon closer inspection of this firearm, they said, this isn't your police issue firearm. This is a 357 Magnum. At the time, the police were only allowed to carry 38s. So in keeping with the good graces of the NYPD, my father reluctantly got rid of that gun and just started carrying his Colt 38 after that. Well, my father always regretted selling that gun. That was one of the guns that my dad says that's what the one that got away. So I had the opportunity when I saw it, and I don't see them very often. I said, you know what, Dad? This on my birthday, this one's for you. So I bought him his old gun from myself on my birthday. So that's how it went. And that's my party, and I'm sticking to it.
No, hey, if it's making you happy, it's your birthday, that's good. Me, I spent, it was actually 12 and a half hours raising money for the Jericho Project, which we did a great job. Raised a couple $100. Even after YouTube taking their cut, we raised a couple $100 for the Jericho Project, which deals with veterans and homelessness in New York. We did a fantastic job with that. And I had a great time, but that's how I spend. Very few people do that on their birthday, do a 12 and a half hour live stream. I know Jan said that she's having an issue with the computer. She's going to be back with us in just a moment. And of course, I understand the difficulty she's going through right now. So it's good that she's here with us, take her mind off things, have a different point of view. But did you hear about Elise Stefanik? Did you hear what the news is going on there?
I haven't heard anything about her. The only thing that I had heard in politics this week is all of these idiots that are flying down to El Salvador to try and free the domestic terrorists and drug leaders and kingpins of MS13 and bring them back to America, because that's the priority among the Democrat Party.
Well, there's one, they're there for one guy who may or may not be a member of MS13. We thought he was a member of a Venezuelan gang, which is why he got picked up. He may also be a member of MS13, and he seems, I believe he is an American citizen, but also a member of MS13, which is why he got caught up in the sweep. But And that's not clear and defined. The mainstream news media isn't talking about this. They're talking about he's an American and got deported. Why did he get deported? Well, because he's a member of a gang. And when they did the sweep of all the gang members, he got caught up in that net, which is why he was deported. At least this is the story that we've heard so far from the media. And that's why he's not being released, because he's in Venezuela as a part of that gang. But that could be an issue. There's still not enough clarity, and the news media isn't trying to clarify it. They're just going with Orange Man bad, he overreached, there's no other answer to this. So they've got a kernel of salt, and they're trying to turn it into a pound or a mountain of manure. There's more to that story. But the news about Elise Stefanik was coming out today. Now, you may be aware, and I don't know, Jan, maybe you heard about this too. Elise Stefanik, who is a member of the House, the 21st District, which is a very Republican district, always has been. And I met Elise back in 2013 when I was running for Congress. We both met in Herkimer. We were going out to the local people talking about why they should vote for us. That's when I first met her. She probably doesn't remember me. But she's been elected. She's been a prominent voice. She's done a great job. In fact, she was nominated, she was being nominated to go into the UN as an ambassador for the United States. Huge upgrade. But the UN can't handle her. It seems that a woman who's a politician and is conservative is too much for the sensibilities, the gentle folk of the EU and NATO. They can't handle a woman who would actually be aggressive and not have a progressive mindset. So she lost the job. So Trump owes her a favor because she left without any complaint. This is the favor, that she runs for governor. She's going to run for governor. And when she runs for governor, she's going to get Trump to support her. He's going to come in. He's going to endorse her. He's going to come in and actually stump for her in New York. I see that coming. This is not confirmed. This is not from insiders. This is my conclusion based on some conversations I've had. None of them with Elise or her campaign, but just individuals I know in the region. Here's the thing that wins the race, though. Now, that sounds compelling as is, but she's going to fall short. She's going to get about 45%, which is about what we saw Lee Zeldin get. Republicans are very excited. Democrats are very demoralized. 2026 looks like we're going to hold about even in terms of midterms, which is a huge reversal. Usually, the party that won in the presidency loses the midterm. We're looking at this moment, Republicans maintain control. But Elise, she's going to run for governor. And the thing that puts her over the edge, MAHA. Have you guys heard about that?
Yeah, make America healthy again.
That's right. And Trump, when President Trump took in RFK, he took in Tulsi Gabbard, he took in the third-party candidates, the independents in America who are not in either of the parties, but they make up the difference. They are the reason somebody wins. They're the votes in the middle that will win or lose an election for you. And these are critical votes, especially in swing state, in non-swing states, in New York State, which is normally deep blue. That's why we have a single party win. This is what wins it for her. If she is smart, and she is, I've met her, she's a very smart woman, she's going to need more than Trump's endorsement. If she does what he did in terms of bringing in an RFK, if she gets one of the major leaders of the third party who are known for and speak about MAHA, making America healthy again, that is a universal. That crosses party lines. That is a winning strategy to try and duplicate what we see Trump has done with RFK being in the HHS and trying to make America healthy. And if you have a governor who's actually trying to do that, because Hochul isn't, she doesn't care if Americans are healthy. Andrew Cuomo won't do it. He doesn't care. All the other names you hear for governor on the Democratic side, not one of them care if you're healthy or not. They care about green energy, and they want to jack up your electricity bill. They want to take away your guns, and they want to track if you have ammo. They want to track that. They want to punish you, and they want to take away your money, but not one of them care about you being healthy. If I am right, you're going to see Elise Stefanik not just run for governor, not just get the endorsement of Donald Trump and the entire White House, but you are going to see her run with Make America Healthy Again in New York, and she will win the governor's race because of that by 3 to 5 points. What do you think?
I don't know how much of an issue health is in New York State.
It's big.
Because, well, the thing I'm saying is, like, when people think about health, they think about the FDA. You know, they think about the Food and Drug Administration. They think about the things that are more consumable at the national level. There are very few times when the states have restrictions on drugs, over-the-counter prescription, or anything else like that. Very few times when the state has restrictions on anything else that has to do with health, like chemicals or anything else. Everything people think about when it comes to regulating health is done at a federal level, with the states backing them up with their own state office of, which basically can either enhance a regulation or make it more strict, but it can't undo what the federal government does. The feds set a bar. The state has to meet or exceed it. Now, I don't know what she can promise New Yorkers to make New York healthy. Well, I mean, the only thing I'm looking at is regulation.
Well,
He's not going to be able to, not going to be able to turn around and say, we're going to improve the food you eat, unless they want to start banning or labeling stuff in the state like what California does, where every single product you buy is listed as a carcinogen. It's more regulation, it's more cost, it's more everything. So I don't know if people in New York actually give a damn about the Make America Healthy movement or not. I think what they care about is how much money they got in their pocket at the end of the paycheck.
Well, yes, everyone cares about the paycheck, but there is a huge segment of not just New York State, but each state across the country. There is a significant portion, I'd say about 15% of the population, where that is in their top 5 issues. And that number is growing. And that, so not just because, what foods are carcinogen, have carcinogens in them, but also what's organic, what's the cost, regulations on those foods, allowing them to come into the state, taxes on them, whether that's something that's being incentivized by the state or not, whether it's allowed to export into America, into New York or not. These are all factors. That also goes into the vaccines and what is in the vaccines that people are getting. It has to deal with the types of foods, how many chemicals are in food products that you're eating every day. Yeah, it's actually a huge subject. And a lot of people really do. And the people who do care, that 15%, they are hyper attentive to that. But Jen, tell me, what do you think about my thought that if, again, I think that not only does Elise Stefanik run, which I knew was part of her deal in stepping down from the UN, but that she's going to try and target Maha and the third party.
Don't know that much about New York, so I can't really give an opinion on how she wins, if she wins. Um, I don't. I can say as far as the Maha movement, it is growing. People are starting to realize because of all the crap that's been put in our food. But at the same time, you've got so many people. I mean, your typical progressive leftists and following what the media tells them and everything. Um, that making America healthy isn't a good thing. You they're pissed off that states are, again, I understand this doesn't have to do with running for governor, but it does, because when you've got all these people out there upset that they want to ban soda and candy from food stamps, it's like, why are you pissed off? It's not about the junk food. It's not about all the crap that's in it. It's about making us healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Stop going to the doctor for everything.
Well, if you're healthy, you don't have to go to the doctor, which means you get to save money on those doctor bills, all those medications, all the pills they give you. And that's kind of the response. It's also against big pharma, which is another reason why a lot of people in third parties and the left also jump in on this, which is why I think it's a winning strategy. And it's good for the public because it helps to lower your annual costs in each family, because you spend less on a doctor, you spend less on medications, you're healthier, which is good for productivity, businesses like that. You're out of work less because you're healthier. I think it's something that's gained popularity because most people recognize these things. And most people don't want as many chemicals, possibly. And I see RFK is working on trying to see, is there a connection between ADHD, ADD, autism? Is that a consequence of having all these chemicals in our foods as opposed to other nations that have far less chemicals and have far less instances of these things? So I think it is a winning
Well, and
strategy.
I think something to point out too with all that is, we have companies here in the United States that make food to ship overseas. If they're making the food to ship overseas, but overseas doesn't allow all this crap in it, then why is it so hard to sell that here in America? It's because the FDA and government has allowed them to put all this crap in our food. Businesses aren't going to shut down, like Kellogg's, let's just say. Kellogg's isn't going to shut down because we have now banned red dye, blue dye, all the dyes in our food. They already make it to send it overseas.
True. This isn't
And
a
I think
new
that's
idea.
something that people aren't thinking about.
Yeah, it's not definitely not a new idea, but they're acting as if it's, shocking. But I think given that people are generally very positive about the first 100 days of the Trump administration, given that we have seen progress on the very things that we voted for. I mean, the first 100 days of Trump have been the things that he promised he would do. He was elected and he's been doing them. Whether everyone agrees with every aspect or the way he's doing it, he's doing what he promised. So I think this is more of that. This is an extension of that. I think and I think, Frank, you will be surprised how many people care about a healthy America. It is a top 10 topic across the country. And in many of the bluer states, it's a top 5 issue. I think
Oh,
and I think,
oh yeah, but I just don't see a lot of your whole food shopping Birkenstock wearing hippy dippies, running over and voting for the person who is campaigning with Trump. I don't.
They have no choice. There is no one else. Because Democrats don't care.
Well, there is a choice. They sit home, and the people who sit home elect Democrats.
Yeah, if they sit home, it still helps Elise. This is a strategy that wins. The left, those on the left, she's going to pick up independents that wouldn't normally be interested. She's going to pick up people on third parties that normally sit out. She's going to pick up people on the left that this is one of their priorities. And for others who say, I can't do something that Trump is doing, I can't do something that helps Republicans, they sit out the race. That turns the proportion of Republicans voting versus Democrats in favor of Republicans. It's a win-win strategy. Whether they show up or not, it's not that Republicans are going to say, oh my God, we're trying to make America healthy, just like RFK. Oh, well, I can't vote for that. Sure, they did. They already did that. We're not losing Republicans. Democrats are losing. And Democrats, if you notice, they won't talk about making America healthy because you would think it would be an issue they would want to talk about. It's right in line with their ideology, but they won't talk about it because it's Trump's idea. So they can't. So she wins yet again because Democrats aren't going to bring it up. They're trying to avoid the subject as much as possible, which means Democrats who care about this, they only have one place to go, and that'll be Elise Stefanik. If she's smart, if she's taking advice of individuals like myself, and I think she is, I think this is part of her plan, and I think you will hear about it by the end of the year. This is just my supposition on it, so people can get an idea of where our politics are going, because I think that's where the nation's going. And you will see that replicated in New Jersey and other states across the nation. You're going to see governors doing the same thing. They're going to reach out to third parties. They're going to get some of the top individuals in third parties talking about healthcare, in particular, making America healthy. They're going to bring them into their campaigns. And they will push that issue, and you will see that they're going to win a lot more races.
Well, we'll see what happens with that. But right now, I'm going to change speeds a little bit.
Sure.
To our favorite prosecutor at large, Letitia James, who, as it seems, prosecuted Donald Trump on a bogus baloney charge about overinflating the value of the property at Mar-a-Lago so that he could get a loan on said property. And apparently that's what was one of the things that they convicted him on, his 89 million convictions that he got. But as it turns out, Letitia there was doing pretty much the same thing. Mm-hmm. And quite very probably, looking at the evidence right now, committed fraud. An actual fraud. Mm-hmm. Actual fraud. The same charges, the charges they wanted to try Trump on, but couldn't figure out how to do it, so they had to come up with some convoluted way of trying to turn out-of-date misdemeanors into current felonies. Mm-hmm. What they wanted to get Trump on is what she is being accused of. They don't have to come up with charges. They have the evidence. They already have the proof. So, from what I understand, it's been kicked up the chain of command to the Department of Justice, and I guess we'll see if New York's new attorney, who's the federal prosecutor for New York now?
Letitia James. She's the AG.
No, she's the attorney general, but at federal level.
Oh, her counterpart. I forget the name. Honestly, I forget the name.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of them right now. But the one Trump's previous lawyer, the young lady.
Okay.
Bondi?
Yeah, she. What's that?
Bondi?
No. That's the attorney general. Uh,
I know I saw a report today on that.
There's a dragon on the wire breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is April 20th. Yes, 420 for those of you who go in for that. It is also Easter Sunday, and I hope everyone's having a great Easter. And it's 4:47 at this moment. We're back. I had to walk my dog. I hope you had a chance to have a drink, get something to eat, smoke a cigarette, walk around, whatever it is you did, and possibly even watch the program, watch our coverage from Wednesday at the Wednesday Roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation with my co-hosts. It was Frank Johnson and also, of course, Jan Rains. I also want you to know, coming up this week, Liberty First Foundation will be at the NRA event I believe it's this week. Their version of CPAC, essentially. And that'll be this week. We do expect to be joining them for at least some of the interviews with some of the people who will be at the NRA event. We hope you'll watch that coverage. Also, to let you know, a little bit more housekeeping, on Tuesday at 7 p.m., I will be on, that's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be on the Matthew J. Show. That's the Matthew J. Show, which is on Rumble and on Twitter or X. I'll be getting interviewed by Matthew. I've been on the program twice before. I think I've been with Matthew twice before. And we'll be talking about some of the politics of the day at that time. It'll be interesting because I'll be getting interviewed as opposed to doing the interviews, which normally happens. So that'll be this Tuesday. We are still working on trying to get an interview with Curtis Sliwa, who is running for mayor of New York. We'll give you an update on that. And at the end of the month, we will give you the totals from our birthday live stream where we were raising money for the Jericho Project. It's a charity that helps veterans, children, families in need, and the homeless here in New York City. We were able to raise money on my birthday for that. I do appreciate it. That's part of what happens with the Super Chats, the Rumble Rants, the purchases of clothing, our clothing line over on Spring, and the donations at Patreon and also PayPal. So what you do does have a direct impact, and it does make a difference. Most of all, please like, share, and subscribe if you can, especially the subscription. It helps us to fight the de-emphasization, the suppression that we see from the mainstream media, because we like to tell you things that aren't just what the approved message from the mainstream media, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to have the conversations, to talk about the issues that are affecting all of us, all around the world. And our audience is international. We reach about 100 countries every single Sunday, and we've been doing this now for 8 years, and not counting the 20 years of political commentary that I've been doing. That all being said, before we had left, we have been talking a little bit about Germany and the breaking news there, that Germany, much like the United States, is looking to remove the pro-Hamas protesters from their nation, reversing the open border standing that they had in their country, much like in the United States. We talked a little bit about the Supreme Court, the dissent by Justice Alito, and how that decision by the Supreme Court violates rights and the system of justice and our country, much in the same way that red flag laws do. It is something that we should be talking about and isn't being mentioned by the mainstream media. Rather, they're focusing on Orange Man Bad lost the case with the Supreme Court rather than the decision and its consequences, which are negative. We talked a little bit about that. We talked about the Ukraine-Russia war and the delays, the stalling tactics being used by Russia right now. And again, the news media is trying to make it seem like, well, that's Trump against Ukraine. But in fact, it's Russia that's being punished or threatened to be punished. It's Russia that is the central point of interest in the conversation. But again, the mainstream media, they have TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, but more importantly, they have a political agenda. They support Democrats in the progressive movement, and they want to emphasize that. They're gearing up for the 2026 midterm elections, and so they're trying to frame everything as negative in the current administration to try and regain some of the power they lost in 2024 when the public said, yes, we want mass deportations. Yes, we want to change the economic imbalance that we see around the world with the United States, that the United States can't be the piggy bank of the world. And he's been working on all of those things, much as he has promised that he will do, much to the anger of the Democrats. And so what are the Democrats to do? What are the progressive movement, the colleges, what are they left with? Well, they have a movement that supports Hamas, that is unpopular amongst the majority of the American people, but is supported by a minority on their college campuses. That's not working out for them. They've tried to minimize the lies that they told under the Biden administration, like the fact that Joe Biden is mentally sharp as a tack, and now the truth has come out that he never was, that we were lied to from the top levels of Democratic Party and the news media for 4 years. And they're trying to minimize that, move away from that. They want to focus on different stories. They're trying to push their agenda. And that really is scary because the way they do that is not by having a better message. No. They rather would go in and they have organizations like the Midas Touch, which is completely astroturf. This is something that is basically, they found a site that was left-leaning. They injected millions of dollars into it and got the agreement of the social media giants to prop this up and make it seem like it's organic when it's not. They're trying to subvert you. They're trying to manipulate you in the things that you like and what you don't like. That's why the algorithm on YouTube has changed, because they want to suppress any voice that isn't the approved message they've already come out with. And in addition to that, they have also gone as far as to now, and this is from NBC News, and what they say, what to do if you're a U.S. citizen and immigration authorities tell you to leave the country. This is pure fear mongering. This is NBC trying to help Democrats as much as they can, to try and terrorize the American people, to manipulate you emotionally, to make you think that you are in danger, that the Trump administration has gone too far, and that you are at risk as an American citizen. None of that is true. There is zero evidence of that. Zero evidence. And I know there's of course, Maryland man. You've heard a lot about the Maryland man, and we're going to talk about him in just a moment. But I want to highlight and emphasize that this is pure fear-mongering. This is meant to make you feel like you're in danger so that you will run to the Democratic Party to protect you. That government, because you are not an individual, according to Democrats, according to the progressive movement, their ideology, you are merely a collection of categories, of check boxes, and you have no individual value. And so they want you to run back because the government will take care of everything. The government, in their mind, is smarter than you, is more powerful than you as an American citizen, and so they want control of your life. That means you have to be afraid. You have to feel like you have no power and that the government or the current government is against you, that Republicans and MAGA are against you, that this is the resurgence of white supremacy. None of that is accurate. None of that is empirically true. It is purely an emotional reaction. And that's where this article comes from NBC News. Experts recommend seeking an immigration attorney and collecting documentation to prove your U.S. citizenship, including birth certificates and passports. If you're an American citizen, you have a birth certificate. If you're an American citizen, you have an American passport, or you can get one as an ID. And you have state ID. You have records. That's not a problem. They make it sound like, oh my God, this is insurmountable. How could you possibly get a birth certificate? Everyone has a birth certificate. I've had my birth certificate since I was 14 in my possession. I've had my Social Security card since I was 16, and I was legally working during the summers as I was going to junior high school and high school. I've had ID since I was 17. This is not unusual. I've had passports for many years because that's normal. These aren't things that are outside the norm of the American public. These aren't things that you don't have readily at hand. More importantly, you aren't being targeted. The IRS has provided a list of thousands, tens of thousands of illegal aliens that are working in America. The IRS isn't giving the Department of Justice and ICE immigration officials, they're not giving them names of American citizens. They're giving them illegal aliens names so that they can be deported, which is what we voted for. The mass deportations have targeted almost primarily and almost exclusively violent criminals, members of MS13, of Tren de Aragua, and about 100 other illegal alien gangs operating in the United States, groups that have increased the amount of sex slavery, of human trafficking, of child slavery, of drugs, of guns, and various gang activities, taking over apartment complexes, stealing from various American citizens, defrauding our government. They've been doing all of that, and that's who the government has been targeting. Not one American citizen has been targeted. But we've been told consistently by the left, they're going to come after American citizens. They're going to come after you. Oh my God, you have a suntan, a permanent, lifelong suntan like me. I have a permanent suntan. I don't spend an extra $3,000 a year to maintain this wonderful bronze tone. And so therefore, I'm in danger. I'm going to be picked up by immigration officials and taken away. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And it's real simple. And they always say, but you don't have ID. Why? Because I'm a black Hispanic? How dare you say that? That's insulting. I work like anyone else. People drive cars, buy beer, go to clubs. They get on planes. You need ID for all of these things. There are dozens of things that everyone every day has ID for. And what is it? Something like 90% of the population have ID, some form of ID, state ID, driver's license, passports. We all have them. So that's not a question. And the government isn't coming after me as a bronze man, as a black Hispanic. They're not seeking me out. Why? I'm not a member of MS13. I'm not a member of Venezuelan gangs. I'm not an illegal alien working in a chop shop off the books. They have no reason to come after me, nor do they want to come after me. I'm not on any of their target lists. We were told, oh, these illegal aliens, you could never find them. We know where 600,000 of them are. We've been getting them on a regular basis. So you can't say that, but they want you to think, oh my God. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized my camera's off. Bingo, there I am. Sorry. Was saying all that without my camera on. So, no, and I love it. User says, so free vacations? No, you don't get to have a free vacation to Venezuela. No, as an American citizen. Now, the illegal gang members, sure, but all fine. Now, you may disagree with my opinion here, which is that these illegal aliens have no right to be in America. Well, that's a fact. That is actually a legal fact. They have no right to be here. And they can be and should be deported because that is the law. You may not like that law, and you have every right to go to Congress, to your members that you elect, your elected officials, and have them change the law to keep those gang members, those violent criminals in America. That's your right to do that if you think that's the best thing. I don't. And the law, as it stands, agrees with me. It agrees with President Trump, the Trump administration, and most of America. All the Americans who voted, some 80 million individuals, 70 million individuals in 2024. That we want less crime, which would include less illegal immigration. And the violent criminals, we want them gone. Even illegal aliens want the violent gangs to be removed. So why is it we're getting articles like this from NBC News? Now, to be very clear, at NBC News, they did this article. This is from today at 8 a.m., Easter Sunday. They know people are off from work tomorrow. People are online today. They're relaxing. They're with their families. They're checking on the news that they haven't been able to keep up with throughout the week. They know people are paying attention right now. That's why on a Sunday, not on a Monday through Friday, not as a highlight of a story of something related. No, they come up with this exclusive story to make you feel like you are in danger. You're next on the list. No, you're not. No, you're not. IRS isn't telling the immigration officials that you need to be taken away. You're not on any of the target groups. You haven't been selected for removal from the country. It's just not real. But the fear, if they get enough fear, well, they hope that more black people, more Hispanic people that they lost in the 2024 election that do not agree with the Democratic principles because they have failed. The promises from the left have failed. They failed for 4 years under the Biden administration. They want to win them back. Because either we didn't show up and vote or we voted against the Democrats. We voted for Donald Trump. And they need that margin back. They need to win those votes back or they won't have power. So they have to make us fearful. They need to make us fearful and to make other white Americans feel guilty. Oh, see what's happening to your friends? Your friends are people of color. They might get deported. Don't you feel bad as a white person because you won't get deported? You're not a person of color. You don't have a permanent suntan. So you should feel guilty that the government is deporting brown people. Except the government isn't targeting brown people. They're targeting illegal aliens. They're targeting violent criminal illegal aliens, which is more than just MS13 in Venezuela. To be fair, they're the ones most popular. They're the biggest groups, the most dangerous of the many 100 different gangs that the government is now trying to protect us against. But No, you're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to just feel guilty if you're white. You're supposed to feel terrorized if you're a person of color. But that's not realistic. It's not happened. We've had almost 100 days now, about 85 days of the Trump administration. We've seen mass deportations in all the major bluer than blue strongholds. They've been in New York, they've been in DC, Chicago, Boston, LA. They've been in Detroit and in Baltimore. They've been in the bluer than blue strongholds over in Aurora and Boulder in Colorado, in Austin, Texas. They've gone to where these illegal aliens are, and they have been arresting them there. Did they arrest a single American citizen? No. No, they did not. And I think this part is kind of interesting. And again, all the links that I am talking about, all the sources, internationally credible, almost entirely left-leaning sources, will be available at the end of the show, about an hour afterwards. And it says, quote, if a non-personal email, such as an American citizen contact, was provided by the alien, notices may have been sent to unintended recipients. So what happened is DHS sent out a notice according to the IRS records and other records we have about criminal illegal aliens, especially violent ones. And the last known residence or contact that the government had with these individuals might be a fake or real address that belongs to an American citizen or to a family member that happens to be an American citizen. And we sent out the notice to that illegal alien at the last known contact. So that's, oh my God, but I got a message from the DOJ, the DHS, the federal government said, we're going to deport you. Was your name on that? Or were you the contact for that illegal alien? Did that illegal alien use you? Did they steal your identity and use you as a fake reference? Because that's important, and that's not addressed by NBC News. NBC News, again, look how much of the article they go through before they mention, oh yeah, any Americans that may have been given a notice probably were involved with illegal aliens, that they gave their contact information as a way to reach that illegal alien. And that's why they're getting an email saying, hey, we're going to deport the illegal alien, not the American citizen, the illegal alien. So immigration experts agree that U.S. citizens who receive the email should not legitimately worry about that they could face deportation, because they won't, because it's not a reality, because they weren't targeted. The illegal alien was. And because that American, either because of identity theft or because they support open borders and illegal aliens, they believe in sanctuary cities and violating the law of the land, well, they got contacted. Almost everyone on that list is going to be either a progressive or someone who is the victim of an illegal alien stealing their identity. NBC doesn't want to word it that way because then you might not vote Democrat. They don't want you to think that way because you might not be afraid of Donald Trump, who you voted for. You might not have TDS if they word it truthfully, if they make it a neutral statement just containing the facts rather than their opinion, their bias, which is meant to drive you solely in one direction, to the left, to the Democrats, and to the progressives. This is so dishonest. Goes on to quote, this email was specifically addressed to people that entered the United States on parole. Parole means that the United States has agreed to let you into the United States and you don't otherwise have a visa or a reason to be here. So someone who decided to get caught in America, they are a legal alien, they got caught, and then they claimed asylum. This is asylum seekers they're talking about. So if you're here, you don't have a visa, a student visa or any other visa, a work visa, you're not here in the United States with authorization. You're an illegal alien. You have no right to be in America. You don't have a privilege to be in America. You broke the law. You breaking and entering into the United States. And somewhere along the line, the United States government became aware of that illegal alien. And that illegal alien gave a contact to the government, because under the Biden administration, under the Obama administration, even under the Clinton administration, they were allowed to stay in America, even though it was a crime, even though they should have been deported, because if you have the contact, we know where they are. Get them and deport them. As the law says, this is existing law. This isn't new. This isn't something that Trump just made up. It's not just a MAGA thing. This is the law, voted for by Democrats and Republicans, and has been on the books for decades. So we should have deported them in the first place. But instead, because we had several progressive-leaning presidents that said, no, keep them. Keep the illegal aliens. We'll just have a record of them in case we ever change our mind. Well, we changed our mind. The American people voted for Trump. They voted for mass deportations. They voted to get rid of these illegal aliens, especially the violent ones, to get them out of our country. So, and this goes on. If you're a U.S. citizen, you shouldn't be entering the United States on parole. You virtually can't. You can't be on parole. You're an American citizen. You already have the right to be here. You can't be deported for being in America illegally when you are born here and you have the right to be here. Now, some of the left are going to go, but Mike, well, you just don't understand. Because again, that's always the first thing they say. That is the first answer from the left. Always. You don't understand. What don't I understand? The United States government reached out to illegal aliens that they know are illegal aliens, that they know a contact address or email. They have a way to contact these people. They know exactly. This is targeted. This isn't just mass mailing. They didn't just go over to Dearborn, Michigan and send everyone in Dearborn, Michigan a letter that said, you're all going to be deported. That didn't happen. Ilhan Omar did not get a message that said you're going to be deported, nor did Jasmine Crockett. She didn't get a notice. AOC didn't get a notice saying, hey, you're brown-skinned. You've got to be deported. Didn't happen. There is no evidence of this. What they're getting is, but if Jasmine Crockett or AOC or Ilhan Omar, if they were hiding illegal aliens in violation of the law, if they were breaking the law to keep illegal aliens in the United States, then they did get that message. They did get that because they were the contact. And it still doesn't apply to them. It applies to the illegal aliens alone. But this is supposed to make you be afraid. Oh my God, Trump's coming after me because I'm a person of color. I've got brown skin. I've got a permanent suntan. The ultimate suntan. It won't go away. So they're coming after me, and I can't hide because I walk outside and I have a suntan. Even in the middle of winter. They're coming for me. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's crap. Anyone who says that to you doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. Anyone who says that to you has a political agenda. They're using you. They're using your emotions against you. They want you to be terrified. So you'll say, what can I do? And they can say, vote Democrat. The Democrats will protect you because you have the right checkbox. You're not an individual. They're not going to protect you because of you being an individual. They're going to protect your checkbox. Democrats take care of people of color. They take care of people with permanent suntans. You fit. You have the right checkbox. Obey Democrats, and they will reward you by not deporting you. By the way, you were never going to get deported anyway. They leave that part out. That's the quiet part that they don't mention. You were never going to be deported anyway. You were never on a list to be deported. You were never under consideration of being deported. And if you weren't breaking the law by hiding, aiding and abetting illegal aliens, which is a crime, then you have nothing to worry about. They're never going to contact you. I never got that email. I'm a brown person. I'm a person with a permanent suntan. I never got a notice from DHS, the federal government, saying, hey, we have to deport these illegal aliens. I'm not an illegal alien. I haven't broken the law. I have no reason to get that. See, I think that's the biggest part of it. And that's how dishonest it is. And NBC knows they're being dishonest with you, but they don't care because they have an agenda. It's not about you. They're not doing this story because there's a legitimate concern for American citizens. No, this isn't about your passport. It's not that you're going to be self-deported. You can't be. This is your home. And they know that. This is about making sure you say Orange Man bad, MAGA bad, conservatives bad, immigration law as it exists bad. Democrats, please save me. Democrats are Tarzan, essentially. They're the great white hope. They're the ultimate savior. They're going to save you because you can't save yourself. Except you were never a target. That's the truth. You were never in danger. There is no problem. No American citizens getting this notice and saying, hey, we reached you because you're an American citizen. We don't like brown people. Didn't happen. It would never happen. If it was even considered, there would be 1,001 news stories overnight saying they're targeting American citizens. Here's the proof. Here's the list. There are whistleblowers throughout the government. There are Democrats who are in every part, just like there are Republicans and Libertarians. There are people of every political faction in the government right now, at high levels of government right now. And we've seen that with all the whistleblowers against the Trump administration, his first term. We know, like Lois Lerner in the IRS. Did you forget about that? I didn't. I remember Lois Lerner. I remember the way she was targeting conservatives, and she's a Democrat. I remember the FBI agents that were targeting conservatives to punish them, Stryker, going after American citizens because they didn't like their political ideology. We have plenty, those same kinds of Democrats exist at government. They've been there for the last 15, 20 years, building up their career, moving up the level, up the ladder of government leadership. And they haven't gone anywhere. If the Trump administration was targeting American citizens, you'd know about it. NBC would make sure it would be on every single one of their broadcasts. They wouldn't wait for a holiday. It'd be on 24/7. It'd be all over MSNBC, CNN. They'd have a field day talking about nothing but that. Here's the leak. Here's the evidence. Here's the email. But they're not saying that. That's not what's happening because you're not targeted. This is about fear. This is about making irrational decisions in the middle of the night because you haven't thought about this. They want you so hyped up, your adrenaline pumping so hard so that you're not thinking rationally. You're not taking a second to stop and just think about it. Think about what did the email actually say? Who is actually being targeted? What is the evidence showing us across the entire country and every level of government? What is actually happening? And then think about, and who's using this information against me? The Trump administration is doing exactly what they promised they would do. They are going after the illegal aliens, criminals. By definition, criminals. And in particular, they have emphasized their focus on violent criminals, those individuals that continued to not only break the law to get into America, but continue to break the law by using violent means to continue to break law after law after law, to abuse the system and to threaten you. And the Democrats don't care about that. They want to keep the members of Tren de Aragua. They want to keep MS13. They want to keep the gangs. They want to keep the sex slavers. They want to keep the human traffickers, the child abusers. They want to keep them in America with you, to keep you in danger. They're okay with that, as long as it means they get power. as long as it means they win, as long as Trump loses power and they get more. Now, I'll ask this. Does anyone disagree with me? Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think that you, an American citizen, might be deported? Really? For those people, and I know there's some of them in the audience right now, on one of the various platforms, if not all of them, there are members of the left who are watching this. There are members of the executive elected office who watch this program. There are elected officials right now who are watching this. I will give that elected official, that candidate, I will give you as much time as you need. I can do a 12-hour long broadcast. I've done it before. I'll go 12 hours live. Come on, guys. Explain to me how I'm being targeted by the Trump administration for deportation because my skin is golden brown. Show me your proof. Do it live. Come on live and show me the proof that I'm in danger of being deported from America to God knows where. What, they're going to send me to Puerto Rico? That's an American territory, by the way. They're going to send me to Spain? I don't think so. But you know what? If you've got that proof, come on live, show me the proof. Silence me. Make me admit that I am wrong to my audience. Show me the proof. But there is no proof. There's just fear. There's just emotional manipulation. You're not meant to question this. You're meant to obey. You're meant to keep your head down and just go along with what has been approved. They approved this message. They said, you're going to be, that the Trump administration is coming after you. Specifically to people of color. If you're brown skin, they're coming after you because you've got a target, because you have a perfect suntan. Really? Where's the evidence of that? Oh, and if you're white, you should feel guilty about this because your friends are targeted. If anyone I know who's white were to ever come up to me and go, Mike, are you afraid of being deported? I'd tell them they're stupid to their face. I'd probably smack them upside their head. How dare you? You know I'm an American citizen. I've always been an American citizen. Why in the hell would the government target me? Oh, but you're brown. And? Please explain beyond the obvious, absolute racism that this is putting in front of us. This is racist. What NBC News is doing is racist. You've got brown skin, so you're in danger. I am. Where's your evidence? You have brown skin. And so do MS13. Most of their members are brown skinned. And Venezuelans, they're brown skinned. And I'm not Venezuelan. I'm not MS13. I'm not from Mexico. I'm not a gang member. I'm not a violent criminal. Why would I ever have to worry about this? But you're brown skinned. And but they could come and get you. I'm not on any list. I've never been convicted of any crime. Why would they ever put me on a list? The only list that I'm on is with the progressives. The Democrats have me on a list. The progressives have me on a list to suppress my voice, to tell people that they can't talk about these things, that I can't point out the hypocrisy and the racism that NBC is pointing out right now. That's the list I'm on. Hell, if the government wanted to grab me and say, well, you're a person of color, I have a file with every federal agency. I was in the military, so I have a secrecy rating. Absolutely. I have a file with the NSA. I have a file with the FBI and the CIA. I've lived overseas. I lived in Moscow during the time of the coup. I have a CIA file. I have an NSA file. I know this for a fact. It's not a question. It's not an if or a maybe. It's an absolute fact. I have a file with the military, the Marine Corps in particular, but the military, the DOJ, I have a file with them. The government knows exactly who I am and where I'm at. If they want to pick me up, they could pick me up tomorrow. They can pick me up right now if they wanted to. I'm not hiding. They've always known who I am and where I am. If they were going to deport me, they'd have done it. I'm one of the easiest people to grab. But they don't. Why? Because I'm an American citizen. I'm an American citizen in good legal standing. The most that can happen to me is Democrats will target me and say, see, he's a bad guy. He's MAGA. Oh my God, he's so evil because he wants to deport the criminals. They hate to say that. They hate to say illegal aliens are criminals. They hate that. You hear it all the time. How many times have you seen a reporter asking the White House press secretary, asking the Republicans and going, well, what crime did these illegal aliens make? And they always go, well, they're undocumented workers. No, they're not. The document they are missing is any legal authorization to be in the United States. That makes them criminal. They are criminal. There's illegal alien is a legal term used around the world. It's not exclusive to America. There are illegal aliens in the United Kingdom, in Germany, in France, in South Africa, in China. It's a worldwide recognized legal term. They just don't like it in the United States because it reminds people they are criminals. Oh, but they're migrants. No, they're not. Migrants are someone who is allowed in, someone who is invited to your country. They're migrating with permission, with authorization. That's a migrant. These are illegal aliens. They're criminals. They broke the law. They don't like to mention that. They don't want you to think about that. You're not supposed to accept that. You're supposed to be afraid that you will be confused for the criminals, which there is zero evidence of. But that email, Mike, but you don't understand. They sent out a notice of termination of parole. American citizens aren't parolees. Illegal aliens are. It's that simple. But I got a notice. I got an email. You also probably got an email from a Nigerian prince telling you about how you just won this wonderful Nigerian lottery, or you're related to some kind of African royalty, and there's tens of millions of dollars that are just waiting for you to pick up the money. Just give them your social security number. If you don't know, that's a scam. It's not real. Nothing to do with the truth. But that's an email you get every day. I got a dozen of those emails every day in my email, especially since my email is public. I get those emails constantly. Did you know you just won the lottery in the Ukraine? No, I didn't. Are you serious? Come on. Oh, well, I've been looking for you. I'm the lawyer of your great-grandmother, and they're trying to... No, you're not. No, stop. You have a uncle once removed that happens to live in the nation of Chad, and he's got an inheritance for you. No, he doesn't. No, doesn't happen. Not even close to true. You get these emails on a regular basis, and now you say, but I got an email from the federal government talking about parolees. I'm an American citizen. Did your status somehow change? Did you revoke your American citizenship? No, I didn't. Then what's the problem? Did you harbor or give to an illegal alien your contact information? Did someone steal your identity? If you say yes to those, that's why you've got the email. That's why you're on a government list as a contact, not as the target, but a contact for that illegal alien. Mainstream media won't take the extra 15 seconds, and I know I'm gregarious. I know I am. But I'm going into great detail on this because it is so absolutely dishonest. It's deception at the highest level. They talk about they want to have a disinformation governance board. They want to have a misinformation governance board. They want to control the lies that are going out there. NBC is pushing the lie themselves. NBC is telling you that the approved message is you should be afraid because you're next. Or if you're white, you should be guilty. You should feel guilty because you voted for Trump and now he's going to deport Tyrone, who's been living here, his family's been living here for the last 200 years. He's an American citizen just as much as you are, but you should feel guilty because Tyrone's going to get deported. Why? Why? He's an American citizen. Why is he going to get deported? Show me the evidence. Well, he got an email. Not the Nigerian, right next to, at the same time, right after he got that email about being a Nigerian prince that he never knew about since his family's been in America for the last 260 years. Hey, but don't worry about that. Does it make sense? Do you guys see what I'm talking about here? Now that I'm pointing it out, because you're not supposed to focus on this. You're supposed to glance through it and keep on going. You're supposed to go, oh, yeah, Orange Man bad. I understand. He's going to deport us all. Yep. I get it. And then just move on. You're not supposed to think. You're not supposed to actually pay attention to the details. You're supposed to nod your head, go, yeah, Orange Man bad. I got to vote. That reminds me, 2026, I got to vote Democrat. I got to get the Democrats back in because they're not going to deport me. No, they're just going to invite more illegal aliens in, which will create more crime because it has and it does. It's also going to create more inflation because it has and it does. It's going to destroy the infrastructure of our major cities because it has and it does. Yeah, they're just going to harm you. They're going to slowly rot away the country underneath your feet. But, vote for them because at least I'm not afraid of being deported. That was never going to happen in the first place. That no one has suggested. There is zero evidence of this. Does that not make sense, folks? If you think I am wrong, tell me, how am I wrong? How am I wrong? This is why NBC would never let me get onto their program, because I would debunk this in about 5 seconds. Just as I've done here. They would never let me on. That's why the left media is trying to censor this channel as we speak. Well, it's why your subscription is so important. It's why I'm trying to get to 5,000 subscribers, maybe 50,000 if we get so lucky. Why? Because they don't want anyone to have this conversation. They don't want you to think about it. Now, if you're in another country, if you happen to be in France or the United Kingdom or Botswana, maybe it's different there. In fact, I know that if you're in the United Kingdom, it's not. It's not different. As far as I recall, in Germany, in France, in the EU, that would be Italy, Sweden, absolutely Sweden, Switzerland, that's not the case. Citizens, they're not going to be deported any more than American citizens will. Every country in the world, all the first world nations of the world, they're trying to deal with illegal immigration. They're not targeting their own citizens. Germany today was deporting people. They weren't deporting their citizens. Remember that story we covered earlier? That in Germany, came out today, Germany's deporting an American citizen and 3 members of the EU, not their own German citizens, all for the same reason. Because that American and those 3 EU members, they were all pro-Hamas. They were promoting protests that would turn violent. They were promoting criminality and destroying the society of Germany and the infrastructure of Germany. And so they're deporting those individuals. But there were Germans standing right next to those people. There were Germans who also agree. It's kind of like here in the United States. You have the Democratic Socialists of America. You have the Green Party. You have the Progressive Movement, the Socialist Movement in America. They all agree with open borders and legal aliens using up your resources, using your money, creating more inflation, threatening your life and your livelihood. They support all of that. None of them are being deported. Just like in Germany, the people who are their counterpart in Germany that support the progressive movement, support socialism, they're not being deported. They didn't get notices that they're going to be deported. Why? Because they're citizens, because they are sovereign. Same thing here in the United States. Except in the United States, there's an election next year, and Democrats want power. Since they have nothing legitimate to present to the American people, since they don't have an argument that actually wins with the American people, their answer is, we'll make it up. We will just lie to their face. It's not like they haven't been lying to us before. You can keep your doctor. Remember that gem from 2013? You'll keep your doctor. Obamacare, it's the best thing ever. No, it's not. It's a complete lie. Complete, absolute lie. Actually, it was 2012. Complete lie. They lie to you on a regular basis. You're just not supposed to question it. You're not supposed to point it out. God forbid that you actually talk about it. How dare you use the First Amendment to actually say, oh my God, they're lying to us. They're gaslighting us. Tell me, folks, if anyone thinks that, Mike, you just don't get it, you've misunderstood, you can super chat, you can send me a Rumble rant, you can just leave a comment on X, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, YouTube. Tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. Okay, explain it to me. I've been very clear on my reasoning. I'm being very clear on the facts as they exist and the sources that back up my conclusion. Okay, for the progressives, please tell me. NBC, tell me. But we weren't trying to tell people that Trump's going to do that. We said, if it happens, this is what you would do in that case, but it's not going to happen. It's not a suggestion. You're trying to make people afraid of something that you know isn't a reality. If anything, they should have said, hey, illegal Americans are getting notices, messages meant for illegal aliens as part of the mass deportation. That's an accurate summary of this news story. Not that Americans could get, no one's going to ask you to leave because no one has asked you to leave. You got this email, Americans getting email meant for illegal aliens. That's the title, but that's not sexy. That doesn't help Democrats get elected. It actually would help Republicans, and it would help Trump and MAGA. Why? Trump's doing what he promised. He's reaching out to get illegal aliens to voluntarily deport, to leave on their own. Trump's doing what he promised. They don't want to say, Trump's doing what he promised. He's doing what he was elected to do. They can't say that. Because then their side, their political agenda doesn't get power. So they have to twist this. At least I'm honest with you guys. NBC, they just can't be honest. It's so dishonest. But they're the official government. And since we're talking about deportation, since we're talking about illegal immigration, since we're talking about the way that the media lies, here's something. So this comes from the Batavian, which is a very small news media outlet recommended by Google, being propped up by Google. I've lived in central New York. I'm not familiar with this organization or this website. But Google likes them because it's against Republicans, because it's targeting Republicans on an issue that Democrats think they have the winning side. So in this article, which came out 2 days ago, that was April 18th, by Joanne Beck. I don't know this reporter. I know a lot of the reporters in central New York. I don't know this one. And the headline is, Tenny takes tour in El Salvador during Batavia Town Hall. Now, let me take a quick second here. I do see the comments. I'll get to that in 1 second. I do know Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. I've known Congresswoman Claudia Tenney since 2013, so that means 12 years now. I've known her for 12 years. I'm very familiar with her campaigns for Congress. In fact, I supported her in her campaigns for Congress. I met her when I was running for Congress in 2013, 2014. That's how I got to meet her. I've spoken with her many, many times about her political ideology, the laws she's promoting back and forth in various campaigns and while she's been in Congress. And she currently is in Congress. So I say that for full disclosure. There's many politicians that I know on the left, on the right, in the center, third party, a lot of politicians and candidates. And I do let you know the people that I know. And I have a very good relationship with Claudia Tenney. I think she is a very good, solid member of Congress. I'm happy that I have supported her for the last 12 years as a member of Congress. When she's won, when she's lost, and I'm happy to support her in her reelection. Batavia doesn't. The Batavian Times, Batavian News, don't like that. They're angry with her. What did Congresswoman Claudia Tenney do to piss off this regional leftist news, or this reporter at the very least? And I quote, while nearly 300 people, constituents of Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, attended a town hall this week that featured the New York 24th District Representative's cardboard cutout, she apparently was out of the country. So someone had an event, not a town hall, had an event where they were mocking Claudia Tenney, which we see very often from Indivisible New York, progressive leaders of tomorrow, also known as Plot, the Working Families Party. There's a lot of these leftist groups. They have a dozen different names. It's all the same people. Same people in Indivisible New York are in Working Families Party, are part of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, and half a dozen other organizations. They have lots of names to make it sound like their movement is bigger than it is. It's one of the great lies in local politics. Oh, there's 5 groups that are all against this bill or this idea or this politician. Yeah, and the membership of all 5 of those groups are exactly the same people. Same leadership, same membership. It's all the same group of people. But they have 5 different groups so that they can target and they put out an ad. They can put out news articles in the name of each of those groups. So all 5 groups will say the same thing, targeting a Republican, a conservative, someone they don't like. And they can make it sound like, see, there's all these people who are absolutely against this. No, it's all the same dozen people. You just have 5 different organizations that you control, that you have on the books, that you can say, oh, all 5 groups, yeah, it's the same 12 people. Oh, most people don't realize that. I've been dealing with politics for 20 years. I've seen all the little gimmicks, the tricks that are often being used in politics to try and deceive you, to make you think that an idea is more popular or more evil than it actually is. And the left loves to do this one. They have 15 different groups made up of the same 20 people, and they're all putting out notices to make you think that there's this popularity. Everyone in the community is upset. No, they're not. Same thing, I believe, happened with this town hall. Going on, Tenney took part in a congressional delegation of Republicans to visit the CECOT, C-E-C-O-T, prison in El Salvador. She said in an online social media post, Congressman Jason Smith led the group to the prison known as Hell on Earth for its brutal conditions, according to Axios. Axios, a far left-leaning news organization. That's just a fact. So Axios is going to quote it in the worst way they possibly can. Why? They're left-leaning. They support Democrats. Their goal is to push Democrats and progressive ideology. So their quote isn't very accurate. Mind you, I don't think it's a good prison. It's definitely not American prison. It's not up to the same standards or qualities of American prisons. In fact, that's why so many criminals don't mind many illegal aliens that are criminals from other countries. They don't mind getting arrested in America. They don't mind going to prison in America because our prisons, they're not going to die in them. They are relative. They will live like kings. They live better than many of the poor people in the countries they come from. They have a higher quality of life in American prisons than just living as a law-abiding citizen in their home countries. So they don't mind breaking the law many times. That's not true of everyone, but that's true of many of them. but our prisons are far higher quality. So to say that a prison in El Salvador is not up to American standards is normal. Does that mean it's the worst prison in El Salvador? Not necessarily. Does it mean it's the worst in Central America or in South America? Not necessarily. Probably not. There are worse. It's just not American standards, so that means it's a hell on earth compared to American prisons. Absolutely. Of course, the same thing can be said about 75% of all the prisons in all of the world, anywhere outside of the United States, and probably 3 or 4 of the first world nations. Outside of them, yeah, it's absolutely a hellhole because other nations punish their criminals. They don't give them creature comforts. They don't care about the quality of life of their prisoners. So take that with a pound of salt. But here's the thing. So Tenney did this as part of a Republican delegation. So the Republicans went to El Salvador to find out if the allegations are true. They went there to see if any American laws were being broken. They went there to see if any American citizens were there, as some of these leftist groups have been alleging. Oh my God, they're going to take American citizens. They've probably taken an American citizen already. American congressman went down there and said, hey, let's find out. Are there any Americans here? How bad is the torture, if at all? How far from American standards? Can we do anything about that? Can we make sure that they guarantee us that they will not keep an American citizen in El Salvador in this prison? That's what their job is. And it's in the news. And by the way, Democrats are doing the same thing. Democrats are taking time to go from the United States to El Salvador. Republicans did it, so did Democrats. Oh, but this reporter doesn't want to talk about the Democrats doing the exact same thing that the Republicans have done because they have an agenda. This is a political hit job. She doesn't want Claudia Tenney to win. Thus, she's targeting Claudia Tenney in the most negative way she can. But the same news about Democrats doing the same thing. Oh, well, the Democrats' a good guy. Democrats did the right thing. Claudia Tenney did the wrong thing. Why? She's a Republican. But Democrats did the same thing. Yeah, but that's different because they're Democrats. I see. So I want to point that out because, so here it is, we're seeing the leftists are attacking Republicans, but when you check out the news about Senator Chris Van Hollen, who went to El Salvador to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a criminal. He is an illegal alien. He is an alleged wife abuser, women abuser. He is an accused human trafficker. He works in human slavery. And an MS13 member, as confirmed by 2 immigration judges. And the only reason why he's in America is he's on parole. Oh, wait a minute. Parole? Where did we hear about that? Yeah, he's one of those guys that would get the notice of termination of parole because he's an illegal alien. And so this guy, Abrego Garcia, he's in Venezuela. Now, you've heard this guy mentioned as the Maryland Man. A Maryland man has been sent to El Salvador. A Maryland man was captured by the Trump administration. Trump officials sent a Maryland man into the worst prison, a hellhole in El Salvador. You heard this a lot, all from the left-leaning news media. A Maryland man, a Maryland man, a Maryland father. They pushed this hard because you're supposed to say, oh my God, they did it. They got an American citizen. They took an American citizen from Maryland. Except, no, they didn't. See, this is why they said a Maryland man, not an American citizen. They said it's a Maryland, they didn't say Maryland native. an American citizen in Maryland, an American citizen. No, they didn't say those words. Why? Because that would be outright lying to you. They could get sued for those kinds of lies. Instead, they said, it's a Maryland man, a father of 3, was taken suddenly by the Trump administration and thrown into a jail in El Salvador, and we're trying to get him back. Chris Van Hollen, a Democrat, he's the savior. He's going to go down to El Salvador and get back this Maryland man, because Senator Chris Van Hollen is a Maryland senator. He represents Maryland. So he's going after his constituent. Except Garcia isn't a constituent because he's not an American citizen. He doesn't have a legal right to vote. He doesn't have a legal right to be in America. He is a criminal, and he may also be a violent criminal on top of being a criminal. So he is not, Chris Van Hollen is not going to protect a constituent, because there is no definition of constituent that includes Abrego Garcia. None. You're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to pay attention to the details. He's a constituent. This is a Maryland senator going after a Maryland man. He's not a Maryland man. He's an illegal alien who happens to be in the sanctuary state of Maryland. That doesn't make him a Maryland man. It makes him an illegal alien in Maryland. Oh, but he's a father. Doesn't make him a constituent. Doesn't make him a constituent. Just because he's a father, lots of people are fathers, doesn't mean, and maybe he's a dad, which is different than being a father. And maybe he is. Although he also might be beating his wife, but don't want to talk about that part. No, we can't talk about that part. Leave that out. But he's not a constituent. Not in any way, shape, or form. Democrats may want illegal aliens to vote. They may want them, and we know for a fact they want them to count in terms of the census. Joe Biden changed the face of America on day one, he changed the census. Most people don't remember this. When Joe Biden came into office, one of the first executive orders out of the 42 that he signed on day one of them was to include illegal aliens in the population count for the census. Now you may say, what's that matter, Mike? It's so that New York State was going to lose 3, not 1, not 2. New York State was about to lose 3 members of Congress. The population had dropped that significantly over the last 10 years. And what they had to do is they needed to count the illegal aliens so that they could only lose 1, because the net population loss under Andrew Cuomo, under Kathy Hochul, is enormous. It leads the entire country. People are running away from New York State, in particular conservatives, but running away from New York State. And the only way that they would be able to maintain Democrat power is that they had to count the illegal aliens. Same thing for California. California was in exactly the same boat. Not as bad as New York, but in the same exact boat. Everyone's leaving California. And the only people who are still there are illegal aliens. So to maintain Democrat power in these bluer than blue states, they need a way to prop up the population. So Joe Biden changed the law and said, we count illegal aliens as part of the census, even though they're not American citizens, even though they're not supposed to benefit from the taxes spent. We're not supposed to be spending money. According to the law, we're not supposed to spend money on illegal aliens. They're not our responsibility. They're not our constituents. They don't contribute to taxes. They're a net loss, not a net gain. And again, every time people say, oh, no, you just don't understand. Okay, if they were a net gain, New York City would be making money by having 200,000 plus illegal aliens instead of losing $2 to $5 billion a year. Same thing for Boston, Chicago. We can go through that. We've covered it already. So if you're going to tell me they're a net positive, then show me how they're making money for the country, because they're not. So throw that out. Throw that out the window. So this is not a constituent. He went down there to lie to you. Senator Chris Van Hollen was lying to you. He's pushing a political agenda for the Democratic Party. It is meant to pull on your heartstrings. This is why they said Maryland man. This is why they said Maryland father. You're supposed to be emotionally attached to him. You want Chris Van Hollen to succeed to help this criminal to re-enter the United States, which he had no right to be in the first place. Let me go back to this. Is obviously, you're not hearing this from any of the mainstream news media. They don't want you to think about this. They don't want to have this conversation. Senator Chris Van Hollen said El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele, wanted his meeting with the mistakenly deported Maryland man, again, mistakenly deported. He wasn't mistakenly deported. He wasn't mistakenly deported. He is an illegal alien. He was intentionally deported because he's an illegal alien and he is the suspect of violent crime and gang affiliation. That's why he was deported, which is exactly what Donald Trump was voted in for. That is exactly what the American people asked for in 2024. There was no mistake about it. But he wants you to think it was a mistake. Why? Orange man bad, don't trust Republicans or MAGA, vote Democrat. That's why it's a mistake. It's a mistake because emotional. I'm going to pull your heartstrings. Don't trust the Republicans, trust the Democrats, put us in power. That's why it's a mistake. With the mistakenly deported, with the intentionally deported, not Maryland man, illegal alien. And they know this. Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia. They wanted it to look like he was in paradise. Now, to be fair, there were a lot of images of, and I don't know if they don't have it here, but there are a lot of images showing Abrego Garcia, showing him as having margaritas with Senator Chris Van Hollen. And that's unfair because that was, for El Salvador's part, that was, again, manipulation. They were manipulating, Democrats don't have a lock on emotional manipulation. El Salvador's president wanted to look better, wanted to embarrass the Democrats. He wants to keep his money. This is, El Salvador is getting paid to have these prisoners. So they want more prisoners. So he's going to maximize the look to make it seem like they're treating them with kid gloves, that Abrego Garcia is living the life of Riley with margaritas hanging out in a hotel. And according to Senator Chris Van Hollen, that's nowhere near the truth. This was a setup. This was a propaganda event. And he went along with it. Rather than refusing, which, again, Chris Van Hollen could have refused. He could have said, when the El Salvadorian government said, oh, we're going to bring the prisoner to you. You're not going to the prison. We're going to bring the prisoner to you at your hotel. And Chris Van Hollen's like, well, they wanted to stage it in front of a pool to make it look like it's like they didn't stage it already. Like it didn't look embarrassing to you because the guy's getting served a margarita. You didn't think that there was something wrong when they said you can't go to the prison? By the way, the Republicans went to the prison. They did let Republicans in. They didn't, or at least we believe they did. But they didn't let Chris Van Hollen in. And again, Chris is trying to make it seem like, but I'm only there to protect this constituent. I'm protecting the law. No, you're not. The law says he has to be deported. The law didn't say he has to be deported to his home country. The law doesn't say that we have to take care of him. It says he has to be removed from the country, period, full stop. Not our problem. So he says, this is Senator Chris Van Hollen says, I think at some point the president of El Salvador realized it was looking really bad to have this illegal alien who had been absconded from America. He wasn't absconded, he was deported, which is legal. That is the law. That is what's supposed to happen. They didn't just take him and no reason whatsoever. He's never committed a crime in his life. That's not true. He was purposefully deported. He wasn't kidnapped. He was purposefully targeted and removed from the country as the law allows, as he's supposed to be. Absconded from America, from the streets of Maryland, which are not his home. That's not his home country. He has no right to be there. In one of their prisons and not able to communicate. I don't care if he can communicate. He's not the responsibility of America. I feel bad for his wife. I feel bad for his kids that they can't talk to their dad, but not our America's responsibility. He made choices. Abrego Garcia made choices. He decided to break the law repeatedly. When he got caught for being in America illegally, he took advantage. He abused the system, the legal system, and decided that, hey, I'm going to claim asylum so he could stay in America longer. And he did. But there is a limit to that. In the meantime, he's a member of MS13, and he may be involved with human trafficking. He qualifies as being on the target list of the first people being deported. He got deported. He knew what he was doing. He knew the risk. He knew the risk. That's why he took advantage of the loopholes in the system. And I'm supposed to feel bad for him. I'm supposed to feel like pity for this guy. No, I don't. No, I don't. He made his choices. He's living with the consequences. Oh, but what about his family? But Mike, he has a wife. She knew he was an illegal alien. His wife knew that he was involved in MS-13. His wife knew that he was dealing with human trafficking, allegedly. She had made a choice as well. She said, nope, I don't care. He's my husband. I don't care that he's breaking the crime. I'm not upset with the wife for making that decision. That was her right. She's an American citizen. She can choose to do whatever she wanted to do there. Fine. She was aiding and abetting the criminality of her husband. This is the consequence of that. Now she has another choice. Go to be in El Salvador with your husband or stay in America. Raise your kids. Those are her choices now. Those are the consequences of the choices she made previously. I don't feel bad for her. She made a choice. Now she has to live with that choice. I don't feel bad. People can say, oh, Mike, but you're heartless. No, I'm not. You make choices as an adult. You have consequences. You know what the consequences are. And she decided it's worth the risk. Fantastic. Live with the risk. So Van Hollen's like, oh, no. So I ended up getting a call to bring this prisoner, this illegal alien, this MS-13 gang member, this potential human trafficker, human slaver, to the hotel. He could have said no. Senator Chris Van Hollen could have said, no, I want to go to the prison. I want to see the conditions that he is being held under. I want to have an interview without guards standing over me, watching what I was doing. I want to be able to speak to this person freely and openly and in the conditions that he lives in. I want to be able to represent this properly to my actual constituents. Why would they care? I don't know. Why would anyone care? I mean, other than just generic humanity and just being a nice guy, why should American citizens care? It's not our prison it's not in our country. It's not one of our citizens. Why should we care? I mean, it's nice. If the prison was better, that would be nice, and that's great. Not our responsibility. Not our problem. One problem at a time, that's not on the list. So, Senator Van Hollen could have said no. Senator Van Hollen could have insisted on going to the prison, having an open and honest conversation. He didn't. He said, it's okay. I'll do it at the hotel. Bring this criminal to me, and I will do the interview anyway, so I can talk to him. Why do you want to talk to him? What's he going to tell you? I was an illegal alien. I claimed asylum, like every single illegal alien that gets caught in the last decade, 2 decades. They get caught, they claim asylum. Every single one, every single time. They're illegal alien, they get caught, they claim asylum. Doesn't matter if it's real or not, they know that that lets them stay in America. Every single time. Okay, he's an MS13 gang member, and Chris Holland wants to talk to him for some reason. I don't know what he thinks he's going to get out of that. Oh, I'm a family man? Can I go back to America even though I broke the law and spend the rest of my time with my kids and my family? No, you broke the law. Consequences. You made a choice. Consequences. That's it. Oh, Mike, you're just mean. No, I'm following the law. I'm following the law because there are consequences to not doing that. By breaking the law, that means that every illegal alien will do the same thing that Abrego did. Every single one of them will keep doing it and keep destroying America. This doesn't make any sense. And we're supposed to feel bad for this guy. I don't know why. I don't know why anyone feels bad for him. Here's the BBC. What we know about Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia, and MS13 allegations. Again, BBC, left-leaning organization. Not as bad as, well, depends. Some would say as bad as NBC. Some would say worse. Not as bad as CNN or MSNBC, but definitely left-leaning. So, the White House accused Mr. Abrego Garcia of being a member of MS13 and backed it up with evidence from 2 immigration judges and evidence from him being picked up along with other gang members in Maryland. There's evidence. The accusation is backed by evidence. Abrego Garcia denies being a member of the gang. He denies that he's a member of MS13. Would you say you were? He's in a Salvadoran prison. Of course he denies it. You go to any prison and ask anyone in the prison, are you guilty? They will all say they're innocent. Everyone in every prison, everywhere in the world is innocent. And they will always say that they're innocent. Oh no, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Because they want to get out. Because they want sympathy. Because they don't want to be in jail. They wanted to do the crime, but they don't want to pay the time. Okay, so the BBC, unlike NBC, unlike most of the news media in America, highlighted the fact that in 2012, we knew this guy's an illegal alien. He came into America under Obama, right about the same time that Obama changed his mind and said that DACA, that if you're a legal alien or the child of an illegal alien in America, if you've been here long enough, you can stay. He reversed what he had said 20 times previously as president. Obama, the constitutional lawyer, said 20 times as president that he cannot have an executive order to keep illegal aliens in America. And then he reversed his position. Then he changed his mind. Okay. And that's when we saw Abrego Garcia get into America. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Why don't they call him Kilmar? Because Kilmar sounds like kill more. By the way, in case you were wondering, why does all the news media say his name is Abrego Garcia when his name is Kilmar Abrego Garcia? Because Kilmar sounds like kill more, which gives a negative connotation, and therefore they don't want to say that because people might not be manipulated to like this guy. His name sounds too much like a negative, violent thing. So they need to drop that. So they dropped his first name because it doesn't work well. It's not good for the propaganda. That's why you keep seeing everyone call him Abrego Garcia. His name is Kilmar. That's his first name, Kilmar. Why should they should be calling him that? Except they know it will be mispronounced, and that will not gain sympathy. They are manipulating you. A lot of people don't notice that. They're manipulating you. 2019, he was detained with 3 other people in Maryland, and they happened to be members of MS13. Now, you say, Mike, that's not conclusive. I'm not saying it is conclusive, but that is the first identification of him being an MS13 member. And that was backed up by 2 immigration judges. He's also accused of, this is his wife. He was accused of beating his wife. His wife wrote in her handwritten notice warning that she was being abused by Kilmar, that Kilmar was beating her, and she was getting a paper trail. She was getting a letter, letter of protection to protect herself. He's changed since then, according to her. According to the wife, he's changed now. She says now, publicly, now that everyone's hearing about this, she says, well, he's changed. He's a better man now. He got counseling. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't care. Still a criminal. Doesn't change the underlying facts. Still a criminal. Still a member of MS13. Still beat his wife. These things did happen. He may regret them now, but he has to deal with the consequences of what he did. These are true things. He may have changed. He may have. I don't know. But it seems like he didn't. Because we find out that he also was, 2021? Nope, not that one. Where was it? 2022, December 2022, going into 2023, he was caught allegedly human trafficking 8 individuals. Every single individual in that car had no luggage. Every single member in that car, when asked, where is their address? Where do they live? Gave his address. Every single one of those individuals was an illegal alien. So either he was getting illegal aliens to work illegally in America, he was aiding and abetting these illegal aliens and getting them to work illegally, or he was human trafficking. Either way, he committed a crime. Kilmar is not an innocent man. And this was as late as December 2022, so let's call it 2023, January 2023. We know, as recently as about 2 years ago, this guy was deep into criminal activity. I don't understand. Where's the sympathy we're supposed to have for him? Chuck Schumer. On April 14th, Chuck Schumer said the Trump administration is making unprecedented... Well, no, actually, let me go back. No. Wrong article. Wrong comment. Where is it? No, that's not it. Okay. I didn't... I wasn't showing the link. By the way. Here's the BBC article. I thought I had this up before. So, yeah. And again, I will have the link in the description so you can see for yourself all the allegations and the evidence. So, Kilmar, not a good guy. Or at least allegedly, in his past, as recently as 2 years ago, not a good guy. Not a constituent of the senator, not an American citizen. He is in jail where his consequences of his actions led him to jail. I feel no pity for him. I do feel bad for his kids. I do. But his dad made a choice. I feel bad for the kids in America who have dads that decided that they wanted a life of crime. I feel bad for them too. Doesn't mean I'm going to release their dads. They're still criminals. They still have to be punished for the crimes they chose to make. Do I feel bad for the kids? Absolutely. I wish their dads had made better choices. That doesn't mean that their dad gets to be released. Does not mean that. The left wants you to feel that. They want you to not think about it. They don't want you to think about the consequences. They just want your feeling so that they get an advantage. Isn't Trump a bad guy? Aren't the Republicans and MAGA so evil? They have no heart. No, I have a heart. Kilmar should have made a decision early in his life not to be a member of MS13, not to human traffic, not to beat his wife. If he had made choices to not do those things, I'd probably have maybe a little more sympathy for him and his kids and him being deported. But that's not the case. He made the choices. He's living with the consequences. I'm now not going to go, oh, well, none of that passed. The things that caused him to go to Venezuela right now, they don't matter anymore. If he didn't break the law, if he wasn't being a criminal in the manner that he was, he wouldn't be in El Salvador right now. They'd have gone after someone else. They'd get a different human trafficking El Salvadoran mass MS13 criminal. They'd go after someone else. He wouldn't have been a priority. His choices led to his own incarceration. I have no pity for him. Feel bad for his kids. Don't feel bad for him. If you disagree, let me know. You can reach out on X, on Facebook, on YouTube. You can tell me, Mike, I think you're wrong. You can go to Rumble. You can send me a super chat. You can send me a Rumble rant. Say, Mike, I just disagree. You can leave it in the comments after the show and say, Mike, you just don't understand. Tell me why. Tell me why. Don't just say you don't understand. Don't just say you're just mean. You're cold-hearted. Give me a reason why. I've been very explicit about my reasoning, which makes sense. It's the same reasoning why America voted for Trump, why America said we want mass deportations. Give me a reason why I'm wrong. All right, moving on. But there's other news out there, like the news about Harvard. So we're switching up, of course. Obviously, I'm moving on to Harvard now. And you may have heard about this. Harvard is crying foul. Harvard is pissed off because they're losing money. $2.2 billion is being taken away from Harvard. And Harvard's crying, poverty, poverty. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find this. Okay, so I just did this live with you. Harvard is claiming poverty because they're going to lose $2 billion in federal spending. The United States government is cut off, the Trump administration cut off Harvard from federal funding. As of June 30th, 2024, Harvard University's net assets are $53.2 billion. Harvard is not poor. This includes the university's endowment, donations from their graduates. The endowment value increased by $2.5 billion in 2024 alone. So the amount of money that Harvard is begging for from the United States government, that they're pleading about, that they're fighting about. How dare the Trump administration take away $2.2 billion from Harvard when they made $2.5 billion last year on their own? They are profitable. They're not begging for money. They don't need taxpayer money. There's no reason why we should be funding Harvard. They've got the money. They don't need the money. But it's 2.2, but Mike, what do you expect them to do? Use their endowment. That's why they have $53 billion. They make money on their endowment, $2.5 billion. They're not going poor. What are they spending it on? It doesn't cost them $2.5 billion a year to run Harvard. It's a college. I understand they overpay their professors. The professors can take a pay cut if it meant keeping their job or not. They have a lot of prestige. Doesn't really matter. Prestige doesn't cost money. They do advertising. They make $2.5 billion a year. I'm not worried about their advertising. They're not going broke. But according to Chuck Schumer, on the 14th of April, the Trump administration is making unprecedented demands of universities aimed at undermining or destroy the vital institutions. Harvard will not be destroyed by not getting your taxpayer money. Your money is not needed for Harvard to make money. That's just the truth. Chuck Schumer is lying to your face. Chuck Schumer is trying to get sympathy. Chuck Schumer is trying to get donations from Harvard and the Harvard alumni. That's what he's doing right now. He's begging for campaign donations. This is not true at all. Harvard will not be destroyed by taking away the taxpayer endowment. They don't need it. They are profitable on their own. Why are we giving them money? They have an endowment of $53 billion. That's a surplus. That is money that they are investing and making more money on. They can put it in just in a bank account and they get interest on it. They are profitable in every way you can think of it. It's not just that they have an operational, they're making enough money to get through the month. They can pay the bills. They can pay the bills, go on vacation, not work, and pay the bills for decades if they want. They could give free tuition to all their students for a decade, and they'd still be able to run Harvard. They're nowhere near poverty. Chuck Schumer goes on to say, universities must do more to fight anti-Semitism on campus. We all agree with that. Well, everyone who's not pro-Hamas agrees with that. But the administration should not use it as an excuse for a broad and extra legal attack on these institutions. This has nothing to do with First Amendment. Harvard is not prevented from having their voice. This isn't a First Amendment issue. Now, you may say, and I will say, Harvard is getting $2.2 billion from the federal government. That means we have a right. The federal government has the right to say, in exchange of this taxpayer money, that could be feeding hungry children, that could be housing homeless people. For that $2.2 billion, yes, we get to say, like any other investor, just like the alumni, we get to say something about what happens on that campus. Just like the Confucius Institute that spends over $250,000 a year, they get to have a choice, a voice in how Harvard teaches the students. Just like the alumni who put in $500,000 a year get a voice. That's why their name is on the football stadiums and such. They get to have a voice in what students get taught. So does the United States. We're an investor. That's what it is. We're investing in Harvard. We get to say, for our money, we get to have X. And if you don't want to do X, you don't get our money. Same as any business, same as any other business, any other industry, it's the same rules. If you have a business and you have an investor and they say, oh, we're going to fund you, we're going to give you $1 billion, but you're going to hire that woman as your secretary or that guy as your assistant. You do it. Why? They're the money. You want the money. If you want the money, you hire their personnel. That's the attachment. There are strings attached to the money. This isn't rocket science. You would think the people at Harvard would be able to understand that it's basic business. There are strings attached to all the money. If Harvard remember when Harvard, the president of Harvard, Gray was her name, and she refused. She was sitting down with Congress 2 years ago, and she was sitting in a congressional hearing, and she refused to denounce anti-Semitic genocide. Refused. She supported Hamas, and she supported genocide against Israel. Now, she got kicked out of Harvard because of it. Oh, the shame and horror there. But at the same time, she said it. She said, no, I'm not going to denounce anti-Semitic genocide. She was all for it because it was Hamas that was doing it. And she supported Hamas. She supported terrorism. So did Harvard. And many of the Harvard alumni, when she was there, they said, if you don't get rid of her, we are pulling our endowments. And they did. Hundreds of millions of dollars were pulled because she was president. So Harvard fired her. Remember that? Harvard President Gay got fired because of her statements about, or lack of statements about, genocide and anti-Semitism. Yeah, those were the strings attached to the endowments, the donations, the money that came from the investors in Harvard. It's that simple. Why is President Trump putting strings on the money? Because it's the public's money. And the public should get something for $2.2 billion. I got no problem with that. Chuck Schumer does. You know why Chuck Schumer has a problem with it? Because Chuck Schumer gets money from the teachers union, because he gets money and wants money from Harvard and their alumni. That's why he's doing it. Don't pick on Harvard. I support Harvard. By the way, Harvard, can you give me a donation? I would need to run for election again. That's what this is about. This is purely about Chuck Schumer maintaining power, getting more money. That's what this is about. Has nothing to do with Harvard. It's not a violation of free speech. It's not a violation of free speech. As I said, Harvard refused to denounce genocide versus Jews. Cornell University has a professor celebrating terror attacks. That was the October 7th, 2023 Hamas terror attack, and he did support that. And as a result, one of the students of Cornell University joined ISIS, publicly declared they're a member of ISIS, and was persecuting their fellow students because they weren't fanatical enough. Hundreds of colleges brought back segregation and called it safe spaces. All of that was done with public taxpayer funding. Yes, we should have something to say about these things: segregation, genocide, anti-Semitism. We should be able to say something about that if they're taking public money. If they're a private institution that takes no money from the government, then I can't say anything. They're a private institution. They do what they do. That's their choice. But they take public money. They take money from me and you. I do not support Hamas. I do not support ISIS. I do not support safe spaces. I do not support genocide. I do not support anti-Semitism. And if you're taking my money, then you shouldn't support those things either. It's that simple. But Chuck Schumer doesn't get it, because Chuck Schumer doesn't care. Chuck Schumer wants power. He wants money and power, so he doesn't care. And Harvard wants your money because they're greedy. They don't need it, they want it because they're greedy. Because socialism works out fantastically as long as you have someone else's money. And they want your money. Does anyone disagree with me? I'm open to hear from anyone. If you're a Harvard alumni, I'd love to hear from you and tell me how I'm wrong. If the president of Harvard would like to explain to me how I don't understand it, President Alan Garber, the president of Harvard, if you think I'm wrong and you think, no, we should, that the United States public should just give them billions of dollars and say nothing to them, please tell me why. Please explain this, because no other private business can do that. No private business can do that. In fact, on the same day as Chuck Schumer was begging for donations from Harvard, Harvard came out and made the statement, no government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach. I agree with this, with a caveat. No government, no matter who's in power, can dictate who they admit to the college and hire and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue. That's true if you aren't taking public money. If you're not taking taxpayer money, if you're not getting money from the government, you are right. You're not private if you're taking public money. You're not a private institution. You're a public institution or a semi-public institution. You're an NGO, but you are not private. And yes, $2.2 billion does mean we could tell you something. And I said it, I believe I said it in this pretty clearly. There it is. And I said to Harvard, to the president, Alan Garber, who did not respond, by the way, then stop accepting government funding. Which any president, because that's the only reason why any president, any political institution has power over your so-called private institution, is that you're taking money. You're not poor. By the way, will you now denounce Hamas for promoting genocide, something that his predecessor never did? If not, stop pretending that you're sitting on some moral high ground. You're taking money from people and you're supporting or have supported genocide and anti-Semitism. That's Harvard. Either take the money and you have the string, or you don't take the money, do whatever you want. But I'm not going to support Harvard because they've been anti-Semitic, because they do support Hamas, a terrorist organization, and I don't want my money going to support terrorism in any way, shape, or form. Does anyone disagree about that? Does anyone think, oh, no, Mike, you don't understand, and we should support Harvard as they support genocide, anti-Semitism, and terrorism around the world? Please, I want to hear that argument. I want to hear a member of the alumni of Harvard, one of the donors with the endowments. I want to hear from President Alan Garber. I want to hear any of them explain to me how, Mike, no, you just give us the money. Can't complain. Don't ask us to be against genocide. Don't ask Harvard to be against terrorism around the world. Don't ask Harvard to be against anti-Semitism. That's too much. The public is only funding them $2.2 billion, more than enough money to feed every child in New York State that is hungry. Every child that's hungry in New York State could be fed with $2.2 billion and have plenty of money left over. We could house the homeless for years with $2.2 billion. We can help American veterans who are struggling with $2.2 billion and have money left over. We have places we need that money. Infrastructure across the country. State by state, there are bridges falling apart right now. We easily could spend that $2.2 billion to benefit the American people. If nothing else, to lower the amount of inflation. We have to print that money. That's not money that's coming from anywhere. We have to print that. That's inflationary. We're wasting money on Harvard, which is making poor people more poor. That's what inflation does. It makes things more expensive. It makes the money that poor people have less valuable. So even if we did nothing, if we didn't help the homeless, if we didn't feed children, if we didn't help mental illness, if we didn't build bridges, we could still help every single American in this country and around the world by lowering the amount of inflation. Now, I know you're saying, but Mike, we have trillions of dollars that we spend every year. Yeah, and we'd have $2.2 billion less inflation. Is that a lot? Maybe not. It's a start. It's something. It's better than not having it. It's better than having it increase inflation. Because we don't need to spend the money. Harvard isn't broke. They made $2.5 billion last year. They're not begging for the money. They don't need it. Take the strings or don't take the money. Don't complain. And I can say that now we've just focused on Harvard about that. Same thing can be said about Columbia. It could be said about UCLA. There's about 2,000 colleges in America. 2,000 across the country. 200 of them are in New York. 200 colleges in New York State, actually over 200 colleges in New York State, about 200 in New York City alone, more than 200 throughout New York State, 2,000 across the country. And almost, I believe, I can't quote this, but I believe that 80, maybe 90% of those colleges are all profitable. They all make money. Of course, I'm not counting state colleges in that because they're always profitable, because state would have to go literally for a state college like Binghamton University. It's a state college of New York. For Binghamton University to go bankrupt, New York State has to go bankrupt because they're a state college. As long as the state exists, they'll exist. That's just the way that works. They're a state college. They're run by the state. As long as the state's in power, there'll be a Binghamton University. Doesn't matter how much money we give them or not give them, they will never go bankrupt. They can't. It's not possible. So not counting state universities, not counting community colleges, because community colleges, they could go out, if it depends on population and how many people are going there and how much money they get from the state. They might close down, they might not. They're not major institutions. They're just not. I understand some people went to a community college, fantastic. You got an associate's degree. I'm not holding it against you. It's just not the same thing as Harvard. It's not the same thing as Binghamton University or UCLA. It's just not. They're not comparable. But you're talking about 80, 90% of colleges are profitable. 80 to 90%. Why are we giving them money? This is not the Depression. It's not 1929. There's no need for it. And if we're giving them money, we damn sure should be able to say what we get for that. We should have some influence on the curriculum. At the very least, if there's absolutely nothing else, we should be able to get those institutions to be should be anti-Semitic, should be against hatred of people based on their religion. They should not support terrorism around the world. They should be more than willing to deny and denounce genocide. Period. I'm not asking for a hell of a lot. I'm not saying that Harvard has to stop being a progressive factory. I'm not. I'm not asking for Columbia to stop indoctrinating their students. I'm asking for the simplest of things. If you're taking our money, then don't support genocide, don't support terrorism, don't support anti-Semitism. It's that simple. We're asking for the basics. And they're screaming bloody murder. This is about the First Amendment. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because nothing's stopping you from doing anything. You're already profitable. You're not losing anything. You have a profit. You're not desperate. You're not in trouble. You don't need the money. Mainstream media will never have this conversation with you. Never. They will never have this conversation with you. They should, but they won't. So, like, share, and subscribe. Please. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers. That's all I asked for. Please like, share, subscribe. If you can, join the Patreon for $1.50 a month. If you can't, that's fine. If you want to make a donation, you can. If you want to support through that, you can go to PayPal and make a contribution all you want. And I know someone's going to say, let me cut this off. Someone's going to say, but Mike, if I contribute, if I support you, and I make I'm donating $1.50. I'm contributing $1.50. If I'm supporting you with a PayPal and I'm giving you, I don't know, $100, $1,000. I wish someone would do that. Does that mean that I get to have some control? Well, kinda. Yeah. Does that influence whether I will talk about a topic or not? Sure. If someone wanted to donate $10,000, someone said, Mike, I'll give you $10,000, but you have to talk about gun control. Sure, I'll talk about gun control. Does that mean that I'm going to change my opinion? No. No, take the money back. But Mike, I'm giving you $10,000. No, if I accept $10,000 and your string is, oh, but you have to support gun control, keep your money. I'm not going to do it. But if I take the money, if I take the $10,000, which I wish no one's ever donated. I haven't gotten more. I don't think anyone's ever donated more than $100 ever to this channel at one time. I would love to see it. No, that's not true. That's not true. Peace Logic did in Super Chats, but separate. Okay. But no one's ever, if someone came to me with $10,000, I would love that. Be so helpful in paying my bills. Absolutely. Allow me to do more coverage of more things. I would absolutely love that. Be fantastic. But if the string attached to that is, but Mike, you have to support gun control, I'm sorry, I won't accept the money. It's that simple. You can't tell me Harvard, which is already profitable. I'm poor. I'm dirt poor. Absolutely. I am, by definition of the United States government, I am poor. Poverty level. Not embarrassed to say it. It's just a fact. Okay. And I will say no to $10,000 because I'm not going to support gun control. I'm not going to change my values or my principles. I'm just not. Which is part of the reason why I'm poor. If I wanted to get rich, I'd be a Democrat. And people look at me and go, that's funny. Haha. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm well-spoken enough. I'm good-looking enough. I understand all of the issues more than enough. I can do the debates. I can do the arguing, the commentary, and the back and forth. I can hold my own. I am better at this than most elected Democrats are. If I wanted to be rich, I'd be a Democrat. They'd be throwing money at me. They would love for me to run. I'd be in office. I'd be on the news. I'd be better than AOC. Absolutely. They wish they had someone like me. So if I wanted to if I was just doing this to get rich, I'd be a Democrat. It would be a layup. It'd be so easy to get rich. But I'm not. Because I have principles. And my principles don't fall in line with that ideology. And as it so happens, they punish me for that. Because that's not approved. I can't be black and Hispanic and be a conservative Republican. That's why they suppressed this channel. That's why I don't get donations of $10,000. Carmelo Anthony is this kid, which you may have heard about. He stabbed a young man in the chest with a knife for no reason. And I know some in the news, some in the media out there, they've said, oh, well, he was afraid he was going to die. No evidence of that. He was afraid he was going to get beat down. Being beat down isn't death. As someone who's been in big fights before, being beat is not the same as dying. He pulled out a knife and he stabbed someone in the chest and ran away. He didn't have to. He could have punched the guy and ran away. Could have kicked him and ran away. Didn't have to stab him in the chest. Could have stabbed him in the gut. Could have stabbed him in the leg or the arm and ran away. He didn't have to kill him. Carmelo Anthony killed him. Killed this other teenager, just like him, for no reason. For no reason, he got $450 million donated to him. The race-baiting progressives out there saying, oh my God, well, he's black, so he must be innocent. He needs money so he can prove his innocence, which all the evidence, all the eyewitnesses thus far confirm there was no threat of death. There was no reason for deadly force. None. If he had punched a guy, if he had stabbed him in the side, wounded him, okay, one thing. No, he stabbed him dead right in the heart. He knew what he was doing. He's got $450 million $450,000 in donations. His family, reportedly, is shopping for a house. $450,000 for cold-blooded murder. I can't get $10,000. I've lost more money doing what I do right now. Yeah, if I was about the money, I'd be a Democrat. I'm not. Let me move on. No, whoa, hang on. But Peace Logic did hear all this, by the way. And Peace Logic says, you are a force to be reckoned with. Happy Easter, brother. Thank you, Peace Logic. Sorry if I was a little bit delayed. Oh, almost. Got it almost on time. Okay, perfect. So Peace Logic, excuse me. Peace Logic, thank you. Thank you very much for the $4.99. We thank you for the support. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the wish on Easter. I hope you're having a great Easter as well. And yeah, I try to be a positive force. Yes, I have a very specific viewpoint, but I want people to think about what I'm saying. Whether or not everyone agrees, that's fine. And maybe some of the stuff I say people don't agree with. That's okay. Let's have that conversation. But let's be honest with each other. I think that's the most important thing. And it's honest to say that Carmelo Anthony, he had no reason to kill another kid. Again, he could have gotten the fight. He could have done a lot of things. And he shouldn't have $450,000. Now, you may disagree with that. That's fine. I don't think that someone who cold-blood murdered someone should be making money. I don't think murder should be a way to get rich. I don't get it. I don't understand that. Joel's with us. Hey, Joel. And Joel has said, I like to see a follow-up in a few years how the family, Carmelo Anthony's family, is doing. They seem to be acting like lottery winners. Well, if they're acting like lottery winners, and according to several reports right now, that is the case, that they are using or leveraging the money that they have been donated for Carmelo's court defense, supposedly. If they're acting like lottery winners, very often a large number of people who win the Mega Millions, multi-million-dollar lotteries, within 2 to 3 years, they're bankrupt. That tends to happen. The reason why people who win lotteries for large amounts of money, they go bankrupt, one, they don't have a plan. They don't know what to do with the money. They never expected to have the money, and they don't get good advice on how to spend the money because they didn't know where to look to get good advice for spending the money. So they spend wastefully, and they indulge a lot. They indulge on extravagances, taking trips, buying expensive cars and houses, things that they cannot maintain, and more importantly, things that do not have a net return back to them. These aren't investments, they just spend. And they can spend for a couple years at that rate because they have the money temporarily. But eventually, the money goes away. Eventually, they run out of that money. And since they had nothing generating more money, they lose. I was a stockbroker. I was a stockbroker for about 10 years. And I had several clients who, and I'm thinking of one client in particular, a woman, who had a portfolio. She didn't make the investments. Her husband did. He died. She inherited all the investments that he had made. She knew nothing about investing, but she lived off of a stipend from those investments. She would get a monthly, what's the word? A monthly payment every month out of that investment that she would live with. And it was based, and I had to set it up. So, okay, we've got the money invested. It's generating more money. And she's going to college. So part of the books that she would have, the classes she was taking, would be paid for by the investments. And that's how she was living. She wasn't happy, though, because she had several $100,000 in investment. She was only able to get a couple $1,000s a month to live on, to supplement her income. She couldn't live off of it. She wasn't able, she still had to have a job. She still had to pay bills. The money wasn't going to cover all that. And the answer was, well, this money is meant to be here for the next 20, 30 years. You're trying to, I'm trying to supplement you. You'll get to go through college. You'll be able to pay your college. You'll be able to graduate, get a better job, and then you can add to the investment, and then you'll reap more money coming out as your stipend every month. But if we do it a different way, you're going to run out of money. You'll bankrupt yourself. She didn't like that answer. That was the correct answer. That was the financially responsible answer. She didn't want that answer. She wanted money because she wanted to go out with some of her friends. She wanted to go out and have a party for her birthday, stuff like that. She eventually switched the money from me as a broker and went to a different broker who said, don't worry, you can use the money however you want, which she could. And you know what? I'll invest it in high risk investments. So we'll make a lot of money, and then you'll be able to go and live and party and do all the fun stuff that you want to do. That client was crying to me 2 years later. The investments failed. She lost money on the investments. She had spent a bunch of money in the first 6 months that she was never able to recoup. She significantly cut into the entire portfolio significantly. So it wasn't generating money, even under the way I had it managed. It wasn't generating money like it had been. And then with this guy, the other broker, making bad investments, high risk investment that she should not have been in. That was not the purpose of that account. She was in high risk. So when she took the losses, she lost even more of her ability to live. And after 2.5 years later, she had nothing left. She had to work full time. She couldn't go to college. She never got her degree. She just had to give up all her dreams because she got greedy. That's what happens. Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to cover that story. Yep. My puppy, 7 o'clock, when he goes out at 7 o'clock. I wanted to, let me see here. I have the shooting at FSU. I have gun control, Letitia James, the fire at Joe Shapiro's office. I wanted to cover all of those I want to cover those. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a quick break because I got to walk my dog at 7 o'clock. He goes out at 7. So I'm going to walk him. We're going to come back. I only need like another half hour. I'm not going to make my dog wait another half hour to go through the last couple of topics, but I think they're important. I think we should have this conversation about them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another break, and then we'll come back, and I'll finish the last half hour of the show. That's what I'm going to do. So give me a moment to figure out something, a story to some event that I had covered previously, something that I've done, so that I'm going to walk the dog. What do we got? I know I have to have an interview. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Melee? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to play.
But some of these big guys and
Okay, what I'm going to play is about crypto. Since we were talking about investing, since we're talking about what can you get for your money, I'm going to take a moment. We're going to go over to this. This is an interview I had with Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media. He's a leftist, and I have no problem. He's a friend as well. And Kit Cabello and I were having a conversation about Milei, the president of Argentina, about crypto, and it has to do with some investing. So I'm going to play that. We'll be back in about half an hour, and then I'll finish up with the last half hour of the show. Okay, folks? So I hope you'll stay with me throughout all of that. Let me play this for you now.
All lies will be exposed.
All right. Cheers, salutations, and good morning. So listen, we are going to be talking a little bit more about the fallout from what's happening in Argentina because, folks, there are some long-term consequences in regards to cryptocurrency and what will happen because the influencer drama scam that people are falling for is far more nefarious than I even thought it would be. And look, we need to talk about how crypto and its eventual possible downfall will impact us all, especially in the years to come, because as everything is being built up, eventually this whole phase is going to die down. So joining me is good friend of the show, Michael Vasquez from No Soundbites Allowed. Michael, look, you've had some experience as a stock trader. So just for just a little bit short introduction, because I think it's been a while since we had you back on, just introduce yourself to my viewing audience, because we were talking a little bit back and forth, and you've joined in on the live stream chat about this coverage of what's happening in Argentina. So give us a breakdown. Tell us who you are, because we got a lot to talk about.
All right. The real brief thing, I'm about to be 57 this year. I'm a Marine, like Kit, like many of our members of the audience. I've lived around the world. I've been a stockbroker for about 10 years. That was back in the mid to late 90s until the mid to early 2000. I've done about 100 different IPOs, bridge loans. I've done mergers. So I am familiar with financial products. This is not about, we're not giving financial advice for any individual.
Precisely.
We're talking about the market in general, just so people know that, and of course for the censors.
Yes.
But this is a big deal. And what I do, my day job, is I do political commentary. Been doing it for 20 years.
Right.
And that's me in a nutshell. Yes, I have a channel, No Soundbites Allowed, where I do, similar to Kit, slightly different take on some issues. But you know what? We're both looking for the same end goal: individual freedom, prosperity, America being the best country that it can be. If not, let's reach for the, I like to always say, reach for the stars, because if you get the clouds, it's still a success.
All right. That sounds pretty good. So first of all, folks, again, just to be clear here, we're not giving financial advice.
No.
We do urge caution if people want to be involved in crypto. Seriously, do your research. And more importantly, again, we are just giving our opinions and thoughts about what's happening for this current event, because right now we need to address something that is happening. Not only will we be talking a little bit about the CoffeeZilla interview in regards towards the Libra crypto coin, but we have to address what's going on with the president of Argentina. So I want to give a huge shout out to our good friends and colleagues at the Gray Zone who've been doing phenomenal work. So Argentina's president Javier Milei has been accused of fraud and is likely to face impeachment charges after he promoted a sham cryptocurrency token, which allowed a handful of con artists to dupe crypto owners out of hundreds of millions of dollars in a single day. The scam is believed to be the first cryptocurrency rug pull to have been orchestrated with the help of a sitting president. Hey, what a way to start off 2025. While the exact number of victims is unknown, around 75,000 people are suspected to have been swindled, and a judge has been appointed to investigate after at least 100 criminal complaints were filed against the president of Argentina in the days since. The crypto token Libra jumped massively in value after the president endorsed it on social media, president of Argentina, on February 14th, posting a link to purchase the coin and lauding the private project for encouraging the growth of the Argentine economy, funding small business and Argentine ventures. Milei went on as far as framing the coin as a legitimate investment, writing, "The world wants to invest in Argentina." But that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. And right now, we are also, I want to pull up this article is here. It is from The Guardian. The Javier Milei faces impeachment calls after Argentina cryptocurrency collapse. So before we get into the CoffeeZilla situation, especially talking to one of the people who was involved in creating the cryptocurrency, being involved in it, honestly, again, I'm not a legal expert here, but if I was that guy's lawyer, I would be screaming to the moon, why in God's green earth did you consider doing this? But nonetheless, we are witnessing a sitting president who has captured the internet by storm even long before he got involved in the cryptocurrency.
Right.
My friend, your thoughts on the current situation that the president of Argentina faces. What do you think?
Okay. First of all, yeah, I agree with you. Hayden, I don't know what was in his mind when he decided to have an on-the-record conversation. He's just out of his mind. But he's also smart because it is an unregulated market.
Yes.
But let's go to Javier Milei. He's a self-proclaimed libertarian. He is a revolutionary in the sense that he wanted to do something that we haven't seen in any other government around the world. Argentina had about 2,000% inflation per month. And he said he was going to finally fix that. I think he's famously known for saying he's going to take a chainsaw to the government. He would walk around with a chainsaw. That's how he got elected. And he did. Right. And he dropped inflation down to about 23% per month. Now, in American terms, insane. In terms of Argentina, godsend. It's one of the best governments they've ever seen. So he's been headhunted by a lot of governments around the world, institutions around the world that want the status quo. They don't want to see Argentina improve by changing the way they do things. And so they were looking for this opportunity. Milei is a proponent of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Like many, he thinks that's something that would improve individual freedom. He's spoken about it very often. And to limit government corruption. That's the goal of all cryptocurrency. That's the stars that they're trying to reach towards.
Right.
Based on all evidence so far, he has no connection to the running of this meme coin. And there's a couple of terms that are kind of confusing.
Right.
There's Bitcoin, which is a cryptocurrency. Then there's something called a meme coin. Meme coins are like Dogecoin, like Melania coin, Trump coin. We'll get into those.
Yes.
But they are meant to be jokes. They're ideas. They're not really based on anything other than a name or an idea. And sometimes they take off, sometimes they don't. Milei seems to have not been involved in running that launch of that meme coin, but he thought it would be something that could be helpful to the Argentinian government, the people. He was wrong. It was run by individuals that had a very different goal, apparently. And that's why we see what's happening now. And it's going to cost him politically.
No, it probably will. And most likely, again, as much as the president of Argentina may want to try and distance himself, the thing is, the internet is immortal and it is forever. As here is Hayden, the individual that was being interviewed by CoffeeZilla, and there is the president of Argentina. There they are, buddy. I mean, these videos. There's so many photos, and yes, and again, Hayden is on the left, the president is on the right. So I just want to let everybody know that there is going to be an investigation into this. And while the president may want to try and distance himself, the overall influence and the reach that this president had, as well as to anyone trying to get involved into cryptocurrency, it has been argued that people are looking at this as the last big attempt to get rich or die trying. And I want to let everybody know that throughout the entire time the meme coins have been gaining popularity, the story is always the same. And it's not one of success. I mean, the only people who get rich are those who were there from the beginning or laid down the foundation. Anybody else that has been associated with meme coins or cryptocurrency have lost everything, or they're holding on to something that is absolutely worthless. I mean, they should have sold as soon as they had, but no, people want to stay on, hold, and have the belief that they got something that's pure gold. So I remember you mentioning this is like the tulip craze. So for our viewing audience, let's go back in time for a second. What was the tulip craze?
The Dutch tulip craze is something mentioned in financial markets a lot. At one point, going back about 100 years or so, everyone, for some reason, people started liking Dutch tulips. It was very popular amongst the higher upper class. And people loved the tulips. So everyone started buying them. And because there was a limited supply, the price started skyrocketing to match up. And it just got more and more expensive. The price kept going up and up, well beyond what the supply could match up to, until the bubble burst. Something more common, something that may be more recent for people to attach to, the .com bubble.
Right.
Which happened in 2000.
I remember that too. That was, as a kid, I didn't even know what was going on, but I remember people saying, well, this is the end for the internet.
Well, they were saying at first, in the mid 90s, everyone, and this is like 98, 99, everyone was saying, oh, this is going to end brick and mortar stores. You would no longer have stores. Everything would be bought through the internet online, and there would never be another store. And it was going to save people money. It was fantastic. And then reality hit. Things like, paper weighs a lot. Dog food is heavy. It costs money to ship that. And you need a warehouse. And other realities came out, and we saw the bubble burst. And when it did, we saw a recession globally. So this is what we see. So this is the same exact thing. The tulip craze was the same thing as the .com bubble. And we see these kind of bubbles happen often. Same thing with housing. The subprime markets had their own bubble. Same thing. Banks were loaning money to people who were not qualified. And that was cleared by the 1986, the government at that time. And that bubble took 30 years to burst, but all bubbles burst. They always do in financial markets. It's just a matter of when and how much damage they do when they do blow up.
And I think that, go ahead, I mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we got a pretty good hold of what we're looking at historically.
And I think that's a pretty good segue into this portion of the interview, in which Hayden, again, hey, look, to each their own. I understand why he did the interview with CoffeeZilla. It's just maybe he should not have done that interview with CoffeeZilla. But nonetheless, hey, we all make our choices and we must live with them. So we must choose. So I think that's a perfect segue into where Hayden breaks down cryptocurrency and its involvement. So let's go ahead and pull up this video here. This is CoffeeZilla. Again, folks, when we broke this video down on yesterday's show, the original link is in the description box below. Again, for this segment as well, when I clip it, I'll be posting this link to it. So in case you didn't see it, you can watch it again. So let's go ahead and play this.
Technology behind it. I think that's the overall pitch. Now,
But
people
there's
will
not.
argue to.
There's
Well,
not.
that's.
I
I mean,
there's not like look at any crypto asset, right? Like even Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is literally valuable because a shitload of people said it's valuable, and because it quote unquote isn't controlled by anybody that we know of. Like even at the top, all of it is extractive to some degree or a zero sum game. None
There
of
you
it has value. So it's like whether it's a fucking meme coin or it's a giant utility project, it all is dog shit. The whole point of being here is the attempt for it not to be one day, which is going to require huge amounts of progress for it to get there. My bet.
yeah, but the progress is
my
not
bet-
going to come in the
just-
meme coins. Yeah, go ahead.
just to finish, right? I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. I'm just saying this is my thought. I'm not
He's
at
right.
all saying I'm right. But my thought was, if some of these meme coins, because that's what all anybody gives a shit about right now, at least for the past 3-4 months or 2-3 months, whatever, maybe since Trump launched, is that some of these could at least maybe again eventually create utility, or the Daves, or the, you know, Kanye is a horrible example, but some of these big guys, and they start collaborating, cross promoting, burning tokens, adding utility, and maybe there's actually potential of like social finance for those type of things. But in order to get there, there's going to be a fuckload of dumb shit that happens.
Good.
Okay, let's stop right here because I know you're jumping at the bit here, but
Yeah.
you heard that there, folks, that it's all worthless. So if you know anybody that's hyping up cryptocurrency or trying to sell it to you, or meme coin or anything of that nature, ask them to get help, and also don't fall for it. But Michael, go for it, my friend.
Yeah. Notice that he said it's not just meme coin, it's any cryptocurrency. Now, the reason why anyone in finance would actually say that is all financial transactions, all currencies are based on an asset. Even stocks, bonds, they're based on an asset. At the end of the day, you can determine a book value, a absolute value of that product, that company, that currency. It's based on something. Even if that number is negative, it is based on an asset. There is no asset for crypto. It is all based on emotion. It is the intent or the hope that this will become more valuable, more used globally or within a region, that it will attain some future value. Now, very much this is like what we saw in the 90s, where there was the big IPO craze. An IPO is when a stock goes from being a private company to being traded on an exchange. That could be the New York Exchange, the NASDAQ, small cap, OTC. There's different markets, but essentially it's always the same thing. It's this company was private, it then becomes public. You and I can buy it as investors. Mutual funds buy it for your retirement and for growth. That's the simplicity of it. Now, the IPO market's very much like what we're seeing in crypto, except there's no regulation. There's a ton of regulation with IPOs. You have to get documentation telling you how much risk you will be entering into to buy this IPO. You don't get that with crypto. You just get someone saying, this is going to be the next big thing. It's happened to me. Had a friend call, oh, Doge, you got to buy this Doge. It's, it was a penny. Now it's 12 cents. It's going to $5. You've got to jump in there and buy this. That was the message I got from a friend of mine. And it did jump up huge and jump back down huge just as much. And it bounces around. It's a meme coin. There's no inherent value. It is about emotion. And that emotion propels it higher and higher.
Do you think that this is like a gambling addiction, though? Because the way I'm looking at cryptocurrency, it is the emotional rush of getting that high, of thinking that you got something. Like, and we see addiction come in many forms, from alcohol to drug abuse. And there's that, that moment of fleeing, like you're feeling good, or whatever the pain is, it's going away. And then there's also that whole addiction with gambling, where, the pain of being insecure goes away, but you need to keep on going more and more. And that's what cryptocurrency, these meme coins are being, at least from my opinion, that's how they're being perceived from when I see them, when I see people post about them and their eventual downfall. And everyone has the same story. And on the one hand, I feel sorry for these people. On the other hand, you're trusting influencers or other random people who are trying to make themselves seem authoritative, and they're leading you for a ride. And what, you spent your kids' college fund or your family's life savings
no.
on yeah. And but the thing is, there are people like that. And while you're saying, God, no, but there is, and there's case after case of people falling for this. And CoffeeZilla, I mean, he's been in the trenches. I don't know how many times he's covered the story. It takes different forms in one iteration or the other, but it starts the same and it ends the same. People losing everything because of their belief in somebody on the internet or people in positions of power, like the president of Argentina. And yes, he might have some separations, but he's still associated with it. And it led to people having meltdowns. I mean, I played the video of this one kid, throwing a vase at his garage door and saying he has to sell his Rolex. Well, yeah, cry me a river.
I saw that.
I mean, if you cannot see the mistakes of others and you fall for the same trap, you do sort of lose my sympathy, because we also have to realize that there are some other long-term impacts here, such as most famously, this was played on the show, and I want to play it again. It has to deal with, of course, the Melania coin, where Hayden should not have said certain things because people, if given the time, are going to be looking further and further into this. My apologies. The audio is not connected, so let me stop sharing here for a second and reshare again. Apologies, folks. Let's see. It's a good thing to have a second pair of eyes.
Ask, because this is part of what my story is about. A lot of people have linked you to the Melania launch, and that is a big question on everyone's mind, mine especially, which is, were you part of the Melania launch, and was that sniped as well?
I mean, look, I think that, I told you like beforehand but before this started, I mean, I'm happy to share the truth, but I mean, you're asking a question that's, it's just, I mean, I'll answer, but it's factually going to put me into a lot of danger, which is fine. I'll answer. I was part of it. I think the team did want to snipe it because of how big the snipe was on Trump's.
Breathe, Coffee. Breathe.
Let me mention.
Go ahead.
I wanted to bring this into easier terms, because they use terms that people don't really, even if you follow finance, you may not know what's sniping. It's like, what's a meme coin? Sniping is basically arbitrage. It's people day trading, essentially. It's someone jumping in, trying to get the gap in the price as it's moving through the market, which is based on liquidity. Which means how many people are buying and selling it. And usually as that buy and sell price is moving around, there's going to be a gap between there as it's trading. And you try and jump in at, you bought it low. And then as people are jumping in, you sell it a little bit higher. But we're talking about fractions of, you're not looking for it to go to $5. You're looking for 15 cents. You're looking for 5 cents. But you have so many shares, you own so many chains that the volume makes you the money. They're not buying, 5 or 10 chains or shares. They're buying 150,000, 1.2 million to jump in and to jump out. This is negative. And this is one of the problems with crypto that no one ever talks about. It's unregulated. See, this is very much like, again, you can ask stockbrokers about this. It's very much like an IPO or in the stock market in general, except we have regulations. We have regulations, one of the biggest ones being the best man rule. We have to look out for our customers, and we have only certain ways we can manipulate the market. Yes, all markets are manipulated, including the stock market. But there are rules on how you do that so that it's not completely lopsided. And in an IPO, I will go out to an investor, someone who's accredited, someone who's got millions of dollars. I'm going to go to them and say, you're going to take a risk. You'll do this maybe 10 times. Only one of them will work. But that one that works will make you 10 times your money. One or two may break even. You'll take a loss on the others. But because the one makes you money, it makes up for all the difference. They don't care because they have write-offs for the ones they lose. And the one that makes money makes more than enough to cover it all. That's now the reason why they do this. Not only for that, they get to walk in, say the IPO is $5. Everyone in the world can buy this stock for $5. I've done this a dozen times. And I'll talk to my investors. Okay, they're going to buy in, and they buy in at $4.50. They own it at $4 or $4.50, maybe $3.50. Market starts at $5. They don't sell yet.
Okay.
They have to hold. There's a time frame they have to hold on to. We want to build up the market. We want to build out the price. And then we do what's called sniping. We get those investors out. Why? Because when it hits $6, they have a 50%, 100% gain on their money. They weren't in this for the long haul. They don't believe in the company. They wanted the transaction.
Gotcha.
And they're going to get out. Now, because it's a regulated market, we don't dump it on everyone and crush the market and everyone loses money. No, we can only get out in certain size blocks. We can only do this over time if the market is regulated properly. And this way, people still get to make money if they believe in the company or they believe in the hype. And that's how people get to still make money, and it continues to go up.
But with crypto, none of that's in there. But with crypto, none of that is in there. And in turn, this is how we're able to find out how people are able to pump and dump. And so long as there's enough suckers to fall in for the crypto meme coin or hype, and probably eventually there's going to be some psychologist or somebody who studies human behavior patterns in regards to why people keep falling for the same trap over and over again. It's either people are blindly ignorant, which I find shocking but believable in this day and age of the internet, because there's some things that people just don't know, even when we have all this information before us, or they really do think they're going to get rich.
Well, let me tell you, because again, going back to being a stockbroker, we have an answer because we see this often with small cap stocks. It's going to mean the next greatest thing. I had a customer of mine, a good client of mine. I've known him many years. He's now passed away. He came to me one time. He had several $1 million with me. He says, hey, we're going to buy this thing. It's got a rumor. We bought it at 6 cents. He says, it's going to go to, $5. I heard this from all through the grapevine. We bought a couple 100,000 shares. It was meaningless. It was a whim.
Mm-hmm.
Except the rumor went around to all the markets that this thing was going to fly. And I heard about it. A bunch of people started hearing about it. And everyone started buying in. Thing hits $1. We're doing fantastic. Thing goes to $2.50. I'm like, okay, we're taking out our original money. We have enough shares that we took out the original investment, and we still had plenty left over to ride this thing to wherever it was going because the market was taking it away. It went up. It went to $5. I'm like, we're there. We hit the target. Let's get out. Take all the money and run. He says, no. We're going to stay in. Matter of fact, buy a little bit more. Okay, we did. Thing keeps going up. This is you'll see where I'm going in 1 second. We bought a little bit more. Hype kept on building up. It went to $8. It went to $12. It was about $15. And I'm like, I literally got into an argument. This was one of my oldest clients. I literally was in his office screaming in his face that we have to take money, take 10% off. We have to. This is insane. He did, and didn't talk to me for a week. But shortly after it hit $15, people who were alive at the time might remember that President Clinton had a public address, and he mentioned 7 stocks that were representative of criminal activity in America that were rigged stocks. That stock froze. The next time, it was 3 days later, it was able to be traded again, and the stock was at 25 cents and sold to 0. The reason why everyone was in there is the same reason people go into crypto. It is that feeling of a home run. It is that get rich quick feeling. It is, and the problem is most people don't have someone there screaming at them all day saying, get out, take your profit, and walk away.
Mhm.
Old saying in the stock market, bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. 80% of the public are pigs. They get slaughtered because they don't know when to get out. And crypto makes it even worse.
Okay. And that explains too, because when you have stuff like this, let's finish up this video segment here, because there is even a follow-up, not connected to Argentina, because I'm pretty sure that the president of Argentina is going to be in some legal shenanigans for quite some time. But let's hold on. Let's replay this part right here.
It's just, I mean, I'll answer, but it's just factually going to put me into a lot of danger, which is fine. I'll answer. I was part of it. I think the team did want to snipe it because of how big the snipe was on Trump's. And we weren't we definitely weren't the big sniper. We were not that was what we were trying to avoid. And we didn't make any, there was no money made from the Melania team on any, we didn't take any liquidity out. Zero.
Okay.
And all I could say is that Coffee's thinking, maybe you should not have said that. But I want to just address your folks. With the influence of cryptocurrency, especially when you have a sitting president who has been promoting it, again, the president of Argentina, there are some long-term consequences, because there has been talk from the Trump administration about being involved with Bitcoin, and we hear other people wanting to be involved into cryptocurrency, connecting it to the mainstream market. But with all the data and all the failures, and the fact that you have an open admission from a key player saying, yeah, pretty much it's all dog shite, it's all crap, it's all worthless, just everybody's running on emotions, and I get it. It's good to feel good about something. I'm not going to argue about that, but you want to know what really sucks is a full-on global depression, because that's what I'm seeing if cryptocurrency is truly invested into our main global economy. And if it's truly in there and we are getting piles and piles of crap, sooner or later the music's going to stop, the euphoria is going to end, and everyone's going to realize that they got a whole bunch of excrement surrounding them. So, Michael, is this an overreaction, or are we just going to have to embrace the fact that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency are going to be here, and that we are going to be walking into a disaster? Your thoughts?
No, you're right, except there's a worse scenario than even that. And yes.
Oh, okay, great. So I was right, but hold on, it gets worse. Okay, how does it get worse?
Well, the reason why it's bad and why people aren't realizing it is you're looking at incomes being destroyed. And of course, if you destroy the income of Argentina, you destroy its trades and its relations and its the money flow around the world. It affects everyone. And if it's happening, think of all the money that America has put into various meme and Bitcoins and all that. So you're looking at this happen on a global basis. Everyone's going to be affected. But what's worse than that, and that bubble will burst, because again, there is no asset at the end of the day, just emotion. The day everyone says, I'm going to sell and cash out, is the day that bubble bursts. I don't know when it happens, but when it does, there's going to be tens of billions of dollars that are going to just be thrown away. But here's the worst scenario, because they're thinking of doing something called central bank digital currency. It's basically governments will create their own Bitcoin, their own cryptocurrency, an idea to replace the dollar or whatever currency, the pound, the euro, whatever. It's meant to replace that. Imagine a government, and every government on the world is corrupt. They have some level of corruption. I don't care what country you're in. I don't care how much you love whoever's in charge. And I have no problems with Trump being in charge. And yes, the U.S. government is corrupt. It was corrupt when Trump was in the first time. It's corrupt now. It will be corrupt tomorrow. Doesn't matter. Imagine that government now given the power to turn off your money, to revalue your money on an instantaneous basis. You're in the wrong party. Your chain is turned off. Oh, people are buying things. Well, we don't like the way trade is going. We revalued the money overnight, instantly. and you have nothing you can do about that. There is no way. They can track every single purchase you make if the world is using it's called a CBDC, or again, central bank digital currency. They can track every single transaction you do because the chain follows that token everywhere it goes. Everything you've ever bought, everywhere you were when you made that purchase, everyone who received that purchase. Oh, we're going to tax you. And we can check that chain, and every person in that chain can be taxed for everything they've done. And we know where you were. So if you want privacy, if you want individuality, if you want the government out of your life, you can't get it with crypto, especially from a government authority. If they get into it, you have no freedom anymore. They can track you. They can affect everything you can do. That is a worse scenario to me than a global depression, because you are no longer an individual. You're a check.
What could go wrong? But hey, while we're all dancing to the destruction, just a quick follow-up here, folks. And again, this is my advice and warning to the audience, because I really like engaging with my audience. I really like talking to them.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot.
Oh, that's me. Yep, Michael Voss. Oh. And we are back. Hello, everybody. Thank you for continuing to be here with us on No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and we are in our office in the Bronx. It's 7:31, and I thank you guys. We only had a little bit more to go, but I had to take my puppy out. 14 years old. When he has to go, and I always go with him. So I wanted to finish up the last couple thoughts that we had here today, and I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you've been here for 5 minutes or you've been here for 5 hours with me. I appreciate the time that you have provided me to talk with you about these issues that I think are pretty important. By the way, Alabama Barbie, thank you for joining us, as well as Joel and Peace Logic. I am back now. And so let's talk about, let's talk about what's happening. Because we've covered a lot of ground today, a lot of issues, and we're touching on the things that the news media will not tell you about. Well, we always do that on the program. We've been doing that for 8 years now on the Sunday live stream. But I find it very interesting, some of the things that they're not talking about, like Elise Stefanik. We covered that a couple times now. It's now pretty much common knowledge that Elise Stefanik is looking to run for governor of New York. And I think that's part of the deal on why she's not the UN ambassador. There's a little bit more to that story. There's more inside baseball about that. It has a lot to do with the UN, not Elise Stefanik. It has nothing to do with the Trump administration. She's not in trouble with the Trump administration. In fact, I think part of her voluntarily stepping down from the UN ambassadorship, it had nothing to do with protecting Republicans' hold in Congress. It had nothing to do with the New York 21st race in 2026. It has nothing to do with any of that. No. What this was about, very simply, is Elise Stefanik was looking to become governor. She stepped down to become governor, and the cover story was to protect the House, to protect Republicans. It was a nice excuse, sounds great for the party, and it reinforces loyalty, it reinforces the importance of Republicans voting in elections, and so that's why that was used. But it's really about getting into the governor, and I think Trump is going to endorse Elise for governor. There is no Republican that's going to run against her, not credibly, that's going to run against her. She's going to get the nomination. She will be the leading figure. And I think she can definitely beat Kathy Hochul, governor of New York currently, because no one likes Kathy Hochul. No one likes what Kathy Hochul has been doing. The only people who enjoy Kathy Hochul as governor have been the Democrat donors, because all of the investigations, all of the giveaways from the government, from New York State, Kathy Hochul loves to fill the coffers of all the donors, all the unions. That's what she's there for. She's always trying to give them more perks, more money from the state, and that's very upsetting to me. It's kind of like what we see with Harvard. It's to their benefit, to their agenda, but there's no need for it because it's not making people safer. I mean, you can look across New York. Nothing she's done has made people safer. Nothing at all. But I think Elise Stefanik cannot win without getting Maha. I think that's it. Make America healthy again. And we talked a little bit about it on Wednesday during the live stream, the Wednesday roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation, which we showed in the first break a little bit of me talking about that. And I'm not going to stay on it too long because I did show you that. I did talk about it on Wednesday. But I want you to understand, Elise Stefanik, the only way she can win in New York State is she must have independents. She must have Democrat defectors. Democrats will not talk about making America healthy. They will not. And the reason that they're not talking about it, even though that you would think that would logically be one of their issues. In fact, it is one of their issues. RFK Jr. is a Democrat. He isn't a progressive per se. He is a Democrat. And this healthcare is a Democrat issue. I mean, think Obamacare. They love this. Why aren't they talking about it now? Because it's their thing. Because RFK Jr. is behind Maha, the whole Maha movement. He brought it to the Trump administration, which gained Trump a lot of the third-party votes. It gained a lot of the independent votes by having that support of making America healthy again. And that was critical to the election. That added about 3-4 points in the presidential race. But RFK Jr. is a defector. He's a traitor to the Democratic Party because he didn't get behind Joe Biden because Joe Biden was mentally disabled. He didn't get behind Kamala Harris because she's unqualified for the presidency, as we got to see. So he was evil incarnate. And if they support Maha, they have to, making America healthy, then they have to support RFK, and that means they're supporting Trump as well. They can't make that leap. That's too far. It's a bridge too far for them. So that's why they're not talking about Maha. And in the governor's race for Elise Stefanik, if she is taking on a third-party candidate, bringing Maha in, can't be a Republican. Republicans don't talk about it. It's not their issue. It's not really a Republican thing. It's a third-party independent thing, and somewhat Democrats as well. So there's no Republican that is naturally behind that movement. She has to bring in a third party, a third party candidate of recognition to bring them in so that they can talk about the Maha movement, which will bring other independents and third party and some Democrats to her candidacy. She cannot win New York without it. She'll get as close as Lee Zeldin, so we're talking about 40%, maybe 45%. She'll get close because she is impressive. She is accomplished. She does have a record behind her that is a positive record. Republicans like her. She is qualified and capable. That's why she was going to get the UN ambassadorship. That she has no real negatives against her. There's no scandals against her. There's no negativity behind her, which is why Democrats hate her. So she can get really close. But New York is a bluer than blue state, and conservatives have been running out of New York in droves for a decade. Thank you, Andrew Cuomo. Thank you, Kathy Hochul. So there's fewer Republicans and conservatives in New York State, which means we need to have libertarians and the Conservative Party and third party candidates more than ever before to win on a state level. Maha is that bridge that brings them across. Democrats can't talk about it because, again, that means they have to acknowledge RFK and they hate him. He's a traitor. So it is a issue that isn't native to the Republican Party, but it is essential to the American public. It is in the public's eye. It is something that if a third party candidate is working with Republicans on that, that gives the Republicans the support they need. It brings the attention that the third parties need to make this a more, not just a national top level issue, but a local community level thing. It raises up the third party. It makes them acknowledged as existing, that their views and their values exist and are meaningful, and makes them normalizes them. So it's good for the third parties. It's good for Republicans. It's terrible for Democrats and progressives. They lose, lose, lose. If you want to see Stefanik for governor, if you want to see her win, then she must have a third party. It must be someone from outside the Republican Party that is working with her on that issue, and that will put her over the top, and she will win. And you will see New York State suddenly become purple. That's the process. I'm telling you in detail right now. I've been waiting for people to talk about Elise Stefanik and governor so that I could talk about this. I've been talking to several political figures of various parties about this, going back and forth about the details of it, and it makes sense. It works. And in fact, that is the only way that I see Elise Stefanik crossing the finish line and beating whomever the Democrats pick. They don't have a whole lot of people. The field is getting a little bit smaller. Letitia James is now out, so she's no longer a candidate. I do not think Richie Torres is going to gain enough attention. He's already fizzled out. No one's talking about him anymore, even though he was trying to raise up money and gain attention. He's not interesting. He hasn't done anything that's effective or efficient or worthy of note. Even though he is the congressman for my district, he's useless. No one knows who he is. No one recognizes him. He's accomplished nothing. So he's not a factor. All the big names that people would normally think of just aren't in the race. That means that you have basically Kathy Hochul is the lead. It's not going to be AOC. She wants senator. She's going to be going up against Kirsten Gillibrand, most likely. So that's where AOC is going, because she's trying to get to run for the presidency in 2032. So that means you're looking at basically a Hochul and Stefanik race. So they're both women. They're both white. There's no advantage there to either of them. I think you could see that, mark my words, Stefanik, if she gets a third-party candidate, a prominent name in politics behind her on the issue of Maha, making America healthy again, she will win. If she does not do that, if she does not incorporate that third-party element into her race, and I mean an outside individual into her her campaign. If they're not, like lieutenant governor or something like that, if they're not in there, she will lose. I know Republicans say, but this is our year. It's not. Not New York. New York is super blue. Without having that crossover element, we cannot win the governors. We're not going to win statewide positions. We need something to cross over with, something that Democrats will defect for, something that they will accept. Maha's the only thing. It's the only thing Republicans have. It's the only way they can win. And I know there are Republicans who are going to look at me and go, oh my God, Mike, how can you possibly say that? That's so evil. That's so horrible. It's terrible. It's the truth. And I'm here to tell you the truth, to give you honest opinions. My predictions tend to be very correct. Look at my predictions about the 2024 election. And you can go back and look through all our predictions. I have about an 80%, roughly about 80% record of being correct on my predictions. And as we get closer to this race, I'll be able to give you numbers on how likely. But at this moment, if I had to just guess, generic, Hochul versus Stefanik, if it's just those two, the race is about 52-48 in the favor of Hochul. That's how close it gets. But if you add in the Maha element, now you see a change. And I'd say the numbers pretty much flip. It'd be 52% for Stefanik versus about 48 for Hochul. That would be the race. And I don't see another Democrat being prominent enough to run for governor at this point. There's no one else they've got in the bench to try and raise up that has the name recognition, that has the money, that has the support of the unions. They don't have anyone. So that's pretty much it. So I wanted to cover that a little bit. Again, if you disagree, I'd love to hear why. If anyone thinks that my logic, if my reasoning here, my conclusions don't make sense, please tell me why. But that's the only way I see it. And if it's the Stefanik campaign, contact me. I can tell you who I think you should be talking to. I can tell you why I think you should be talking to them. And I can tell you what kind of percentage bump you will get by having them involved. I'll happily talk to the Stefanik campaign about that because I think that's important. Separate of that, wanted to cover the FSU mass school shooting, mass shooting at Florida State University. You're not hearing a lot about this. This story has been essentially buried by the mainstream. Yeah. It's been buried by most of the mainstream. And it's going to be a story you're not going to hear a lot about. The reason for that is Phoenix, I think the last name is Ickner. I think that's how they pronounce it. This kid, Ickner, who honestly, well, I don't like to talk about looks, but that's not a great picture for him. It doesn't portray him well. Phoenix Ickner is a leftist. He's protested against Trump. He's protested in favor of Hamas. What a shock at Florida State University. He's been a pro-leftist protester, and we have the records of that. We know this for a fact. So I gotta tell you, that's why you're not hearing about FSU. Why you're not hearing about the shooting where 2 people were killed. Why aren't we hearing about this? Why aren't we seeing this kid's face? The Democrats are supposed to be all about gun control and hating the fact that, oh my God, guns and mass shootings and school shootings. Oh, we need more gun control because gun control doesn't work. Anywhere in the country. Doesn't work. Never did. Never will. Red flag laws don't work. New York Safe Act doesn't work. The background checks, all of that. The ammunition check doesn't work because criminals don't care. That only applies to legal, law-abiding citizens. They get affected by all those laws. Criminals don't care. The criminally insane don't care. Phoenix Ickner doesn't care. He's an anti-Trump, anti-Israel nut job. And I say that because he's a mass shooter. So that means he's a nut job in my definition. You may have a different definition. I think anyone who kills innocent civilians for no reason randomly, that's a nut job. Any mass shooter, they're all nut jobs. So that's don't call it a clinical, it's not clinical, that's just my opinion of it. If you have a different opinion, different definition, I'd love to hear it, but that's mine. And this nut job isn't getting attention. He's white, He's a leftist. He's anti-Trump. He's anti-Israel. That puts him squarely in the leftist peg. He cannot be confused, or the public cannot be confused by seeing him and say, well, maybe he's a Republican. Maybe he leans right. No, not at all. They cannot shy away from he is the product of the indoctrination of these colleges, of these leftist professors, of the socialist and political identitary, intersectional identity politics. And so they can't do anything. So instead, they're burying the story. Con, wait. Sorry, my dog's acting up. Don't know why. We were just out. He wants to go back out. So let me move along. Speaking of gun control, and something I wanted to also point out, we have an idiot in New York State politics, state Senate. There's a state Senate bill being offered. Yes, I heard you. Yeah, I know. State senator, he's looking to require that gun owners have to have insurance. How can you require individuals to have insurance for a right, not a privilege? Driving a car is a privilege. You can put insurance on that. Imagine putting a right on, you have to have insurance for free speech. That if you have to have insurance against microaggressions or hate speech. That would be insane. No one would agree with that. Everyone would say that's just crazy. Why do I have insurance for having a firearm? That's a right. I don't need the insurance. But this guy, and this is a bill that's been floated around several times. This is Senator Kevin Parker. He's a Democrat, of course. He's pushing out this bill. This is, I think, the third time that they have tried to get this passed. It should not pass. It doesn't make any sense. And here's the ultimate thing about that. Let's say they pass this. How is that going to make you safe? It's real simple. How is that going to make you safe? Criminals don't care. Mass shooters often get killed. They don't care. Criminally insane don't care. So what's the insurance going to do? How's it going to protect you? I'm going to give him full credit that, okay, this law gets passed even though it shouldn't. And it's out there. And you have to have $1 million worth of coverage for owning a firearm, which is prohibitive, and it is insane to tax. It's a barrier to you exercising your rights. It's basically a poll tax on elections, which means that was the way they stopped black people from voting. It's the same idea. Oh, yeah, you can have a gun if you can afford it. You can't afford the insurance, you can't have a gun. It's just meant to stop you. It's a barricade on your rights. But let's say it passes. Let's say that it gets through. How is that going to save you from an MS13 member with a gun, a Venezuelan gang member with a gun, a crazed crack addict with a gun? How will it protect you? They don't care. They don't register their firearms. They don't register their ammo. They're not going to have insurance. They're criminals. They break the law on a regular basis. They're criminally insane. They don't recognize the law. You're never going to be safe. This is a useless, ineffective, inefficient bill. This will do nothing for you. By the way, I forgot to put on my camera. There I am. Forgot to put my camera back on. This is useless. On its face, there is no reason to pass this other than to stop people from owning guns. Legal, law-abiding citizens are going to be stopped. 99.994% of legal, law-abiding citizens are not a problem. They have no issue. That's just an empirical fact. And they're just trying to punish you for owning a firearm. The Democrats hate gun owners. That's just a fact. And this is just yet another example of a failed idea. Oh, I can go to sleep because I have insurance on a gun. It is not going to protect you. It's not going to stop crime. It's not going to stop mass shooters. It's not going to stop anything. It is just there to make it sound like Kevin Parker has done something, and you can go to sleep saying, I did something. He did something. And it will do nothing for you. You will not be safer. It will not stop gun violence. It will not stop gangs or drugs or the crazies. This is useless. It is absolutely useless, and I cannot find a way that they can justify this. So I wanted to cover that. Let me move on. Letitia James, real simple. She needs to go to jail. Go to jail. Oh, Trump's allegations are baseless. Well, Trump said that your allegations were baseless. It is a fact. You did fraudulently, or at least it appears at this moment, the documents that she signed are in fact fraudulent. They seem to be. It's her signature. It's her documents. She was aware of it. She's an attorney, and she's the Attorney General of New York. She knew she was breaking the law. She knew the consequences of breaking the law. She needs to go to jail. There is no excuse for this. She's trying to find a way out of it. Democrats are trying to minimize it and say, well, it's a small amount of money, unlike Trump, which is a lot of money. Doesn't matter. The crime is the crime, and she knows that because she enforces the law. There is no excuse. She needs to go to jail. But she's a black woman. I don't care. It has nothing to do with the law. She willfully broke the law. She committed fraud. She needs to go to jail. There's no way around that. There is no excuse for that. Democrats are trying to either make this story disappear or to make you feel bad for her because she's a woman and she's black. Those aren't reasons. And to say that it's a small amount of money is also, what's the acceptable amount of corruption that Democrats are willing to accept? If Trump only had $1 million in corruption, according to Democrats, would that be okay? What's the number? There isn't one because corruption is corruption. Crime is crime. And there is no threshold here. She needs to go to jail. Just like she tried to put Trump in jail, she needs to go to jail too. Yes, I know. Final thing we wanted to cover here is, do you notice that Governor Shapiro, he got firebombed by a leftist, and there's no more talk about it. They dropped the story. It's dead. It's gone. You should be concerned about this because this is yet another example of the left indoctrination, and what is the result of it? Violence every single time. Same thing with Phoenix Ickner. We see the same thing happening. They indoctrinate. They say, oh, microaggressions, people who don't agree with you are evil, they're bad, they're horrible, and they should be punished. And then one of their nut job members goes out and takes action based on the ideology, the indoctrination they have received. And they say, well, this person's evil because he doesn't feel the way I feel. They don't believe what I believe. And therefore, I am justified in attacking them. That's what this guy, Cody Balmer, said. That the governor is evil because he doesn't believe what Cody Balmer believes. He doesn't think what Cody Balmer thinks. He has the wrong religion. It's not the same religion as Cody Balmer. Therefore, he's justified in attacking him. Because, obviously, Shapiro, of the governor of Pennsylvania, is obviously a bad guy because he's with the government. He's big. Cody Balmer is small. Therefore, Cody Balmer, according to the ideology, the indoctrination says, well, then he must be good, and obviously the government is bad. Shapiro is bad. Therefore, it's okay. It's justified to be violent against him. This is the indoctrination that is happening to our kids everywhere. And there are nut jobs out there that are taking action on this, throwing Molotov cocktails into people's homes when their kids and their family are there, trying to kill them. And we have Democrats that are saying, oh, well, the crime, it's just small, so let it go. Oh, you know what? I'm going to punish law-abiding citizens, not the criminals. I want to have open borders and let the